Die Sprachübertragung beginnt jetzt. Alle Teilnehmer befinden sich im Zuhörermodus.
Okay, so now everybody should be able to see my screen. And I hope I'm understandable quite clearly. And Christian, you are also there. And in case we have some questions, you will moderate the questions and just raise the hands and ask me stuff if the question is important. Otherwise, so for all of you, first of all, welcome to our training today. Have a good day, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. My name's Ralph, so I wrote the names of us in the chat box, and my colleague Christian is also in the training today. So during the training, if you have questions, don't hesitate, just ask the questions in the question box. And Christian will manage the questions, so he tries to answer the questions directly. If the questions are in higher interest, he will also ask the question directly during the training to discuss the questions. In case we have some questions that are not directly answerable from our side, we will collect the questions, of course, and you will get an answer later on. Promise you. So nothing will get lost during the training. And of course, you have also our contacts via mail. That means rb@sep.de and cj@sep.de are the email addresses of us. So you can also get in contact later on with us. And I also put the break sessions into the chat. That means we have the first coffee break at 11 for 15 minutes. Then we have a short lunch break at 1 p.m. for 30 minutes. And the last break is then at 14:45 for 15 minutes. We'll end up, I would say, approximately 4 p.m. And in case you have some trouble because I know it with the situation, Corona, and a lot of the people are in home office, and sometimes it could happen that there is an interruption. That's no problem, easy. So in that case that you have something really urgent, please just write us that you have to do something and that you are away for a few minutes or whatever, that we are aware of that. This is important later on because of the time that we normally count for the training to get the certificate, that you are informed that this is not a problem when you tell it to us. Cool.
And Ralph,
Mm-hmm.
it's important that we are recording the session, and please start the recording.
Yeah.
The attendee will get an email with a link for the recorded session.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It tells
And
me
hello
that
together.
it tells me that the session is recorded.
Okay.
So it should be automatically recorded. That was it also for the last time. And in case we do a break, I will stop the recording and then start recording again, so that you don't have this waiting times inside. And you'll get a link for the recording after I uploaded the session, I think tomorrow or approximately the day after. Cool. So let's begin. What's it about for today? What do we do? I did this training a few times, and what we do today is we will get through the documentation from our technical wiki and with the user manual of the SBA training that we already have and the technical resources that we have. First of all, of course, if you need additional stuff, if you need further things that have nothing to do with technical things, then you have to go to sepsoftware.com. There we have a partner portal. There you get all these other related stuff like fact sheets, white papers, and everything of that. But of course, for today, we don't need that, so go away. We only need the technical documentation. And this is the first thing that is important for you. When you start with SEP Sesam, you always have to look at wiki.sepsoftware.com. This is the main technical documentation, technical resource that we use for SEP internally, externally. So if we change something, if we update something, we do that always centralized here in our wiki. Let's explain the wiki a bit. First, you have a quick start section here that is used for installation and configuration of the basics, what we also do in the training today. The second one here is the documentation section. This section is in higher interest later on when you work with SEP Sesam and you have to update or configure or manage additional apps like databases, groupware solutions, the hypervisors, different hypervisors. You have to work with bare metal recovery, disaster recovery, and then we have OS storage and archiving solutions like our integrated deduplication or the usage of dedup appliances, and SEP CAPS, our cloud app protection services. So here you find the detailed documentation for all the apps, and you'll find also, for me, very helpful later on advanced references like how to work with the command line interface, working with an administration manual, which goes more in the, let me say, in-depth technical documentation for SEP Sesam. So this can be found in the documentation section. What's new? Here we have our release notes and all that stuff so that you can see, okay, what's new, what kind of changes are now available with the new release. Then issues and limitations, also very important. If you have something, we will document it here. And for us, very important now, the training section. So in the training section, you will find the SEP Sesam Basic Administrator documentation. And here you'll find also the latest training video. So this is, of course, the last session I've recorded with Christian together that you can also get here directly. And advanced resources later on, you will find also the documentation for our so-called Sesam certified administrators, and also the training video done by my colleague Florian for the certified administrator. So in case you need something later on, don't worry, you get everything from our wiki site, especially also additional trainings and of course also additional video tutorials, as you can see it here. So we have a very fast growing YouTube channel, and with that YouTube channel we provide also additional technical tutorials, and these technical tutorials are also linked for every app. So that means if we have a technical tutorial on YouTube, we automatically link that in our wiki when you have a look in the app that you need, and a video is available, it's directly there. And the last part, for me the most important part for the beginning, is our SEP Sesam database and OS support matrix. Why? Because if you're not quite sure that your OS is supported or your application is supported, or in what kind of version the application is supported, please first have a look here in the OS and database support matrix. Here you can see all the supported operating systems, the supported hypervisors, supported databases, and so on and so on. It's really a huge support matrix nowadays. The support matrix is always divided in different packages. That means we have a client package, we have a server package, a so-called RDS package, the remote device server, and the graphical user interface. I will get to that in the training in the beginning when we start with the preparation of our system, and then you will also see the difference between the packages that we have available. Okay, so let's go to the training section. take the basic administrator documentation. What we do now is, typically for the training today, we will go top down for the different parts of the documentation, but of course I will show you that on my live system, how it works, what you have to look at. And we will not go into extreme details for every part, of course not, because it's the basic training, but we try to get as much as we can covered in this time that we have today. And later on, of course, if you have something additional, as I said, just contact us. In the end of the training, I will also have a short discussion and a short look on our so-called consulting basics. These are the slides that I have here. So you'll get these slides also later on, or I can also upload the slides here in the file section later so that you can download the slides. These are helpful tips, and we will go through that in the end a bit. That helps you, especially when you start with SEP sesam and you have to do some troubleshooting, that you have directly these basics available. Or, of course, when you start planning the sizes and the calculation and the bandwidth and everything, therefore these slides are really great. Okay, cool. First part is architecture overview. The requirements for SEP sesam. For me, the most important thing is when you start with the installation of SEP sesam that your environment is properly configured to work with SEP sesam. First of all, very simple, we need a proper name resolution. So we can add the clients with the client name. Especially when you add a client, my tip is always use FQDN to add a client. We can use the IP address, but of course, forward reverse lookup has to work. Second one, for Linux, we need a PostgreSQL database. The PostgreSQL database is not directly delivered with our packages, so it must be installed additionally, but of course, very easy. If you use Zipper or Yum or whatever, it points to that and says, hey, you need a Postgres package, should I install it, yes or no? So fairly easy. For Windows, a SQLite database is used and is delivered with the packages. So there you have to do nothing additional regarding the database. The next point is .NET for Windows. Of course, when you work with Windows on a Windows server, you need the latest .NET environment, but I think this is .NET Framework 4, or what it is now. It's quite clear as everybody is using .NET there. And a very important point, sometimes the antivirus software is blocking our sesam components, our SPC binaries, or is scanning them individually. So if you have trouble in the beginning and you see, okay, I'm trying to do a backup, but the read IO is something like in the range of minutes or in a range of hours, then it normally has to do with the antivirus software. So do yourself a favor when you start installing a SEP sesam server. Deactivate the antivirus software or check if the antivirus software has some trouble with SEP sesam, and then add an exception for SEP sesam components that you can work with that. So DNS for Linux and Windows. Of course, we can work on Linux, Windows, Unix, on different architectures. x86 Power is supported, so you can work with that. Then you have to look at the name resolution. You have to look at the database. You have to look at .NET components and antivirus. Then we have standard hardware requirements. You can find them also here, what we normally suggest to use for different environments. That means recommended up to 15, 50, 150, more than 150 clients. Of course, you can scale that with our so-called remote device server. I will explain that then later on. the SI3 deduplication hardware requirements are a bit higher. That means if you work with our integrated inline deduplication, of course, you have to add additional RAM, and you have to have additional amount of CPU cores, as this is extremely, let me say, compute power consuming. Therefore, of course, you need additional RAM and CPU cores. And the last part is a working Java. That means as we need a Java package for our graphical user interface, you need a working Java version. And since our new release, of course, you can directly go for OpenJDK. That's absolutely no problem. So you don't have to license Java. Additionally, for us, that is not necessary. So easy in that way. You just can work with OpenJDK, or if available and already licensed, of course, you can use the latest Oracle Java in that case. So please be aware of that all these circumstances are fulfilled, and then we can start with the installation of our SEP sesam server. And the sesam server, to explain, is, let me say, the brain of the complete environment. That means the sesam server exists out of all components. That means we have the database components, we have the graphical user interface components, deduplication, of course, all server components, all communication components, and everything that you need to start a backup, to store a backup, to manage a backup, and so and other parts are directly integrated in the SEP sesam server package. So this is the brain. That means we have some standard folders, as you can see it here, for the binaries, static folders, and also very important, the directory structure between Windows and Linux is pretty similar. That means all that we have from the binaries is under optsesam bin sesam on the Linux system, and under Windows it's under program files sesam bin sesam. The same for the variable files, variable directories, as you can see it here. This is all stored then under var optsesam var, or on the Windows it's stored on the program files, but under the hidden folder, but we have linked it to the normal program files folder so that you can see that also, and then you will find it under program files sesam var, and then the other folders. To be honest, for us, not really important in the beginning. That means after the installation of the sesam server itself, of course, together with a Java package and together with an appropriate database, the most important thing is that you just keep in mind where the different files are stored that you need later on, maybe, or have to adapt or have to look at. And therefore, one important folder is the configuration files folder. That means under sesam var/ini, you will find all configuration files to, let me say, to change specific ports, as an example, if needed, for the firewall, to change specific retention times. This can be done here, but of course, this can be done via the graphical user interface later on also. There are also the key pairs for SSH communication and SSL certificate. That means you can also use here your private keys or additional keys when you work with SEP sesam. So then you have to be aware of these folders. Then we have notification and metadata logs under var lis for listing files. We have our main log directory under var log for all the log files. Then we have additional logs for pre and post operations. And we have status log files under var prot. And we have media action log files under var prot media. We have interface log files under var prot notification, and we have restore log files under var prot restore. Then we have temporary work and mount folders. Please be aware that these folders are fully managed by SEP Sesam itself, so don't delete any stuff out of these folders or try to reduce them, because this is managed automatically. Therefore, we need at least a bit more disk space available in case you have to mount something or in case you have to do external backups. And this is important when you work with specific applications. Therefore, as I told you before, please have a look in our wiki documentation for this specific application. As an example, when you do a notes backup, you have to temporarily store the data here, and therefore you need at least the space of the biggest mailbox size of your notes environment. Therefore, the work folder is used. Here we have a good example for the directory structure: C program file SEP Sesam, fairly simple on the Windows, and under Linux, as I said, var opt sesam and opt sesam. These are the folders that you have to work with for the different operating systems. And under var ini, as I told you before, sm ini, sm java policy, sms ini, odc, these are the main, I would say, configuration files. They are also documented in the wiki, where you can adapt additional things, like here as an example, sm java policy is used for the authentication for the graphical user interface. And this is in my opinion the most intuitive documentation that we have. This is also then documented in our quick install section. As you can see it here in detail, what I told you now, the overview of the hardware, the overview of the installation and how to install on the Windows and on the Linux. This is very well documented in our quick start section, how to install, and of course also how to authorize against our graphical user interface for the beginning, because all the basics that we are doing for the configuration of SEP Sesam are done via our fat GUI client. Because there we have the administrative configuration that we have to do. And of course, later on, you'll work mostly with our web-based user interface that is, of course, also directly available without installing any Java packages. And let me say, for the normal workflow, you normally work with the web UI. Okay, now we come to the different components. That was the point that I mentioned before. What is the difference between a client or agent, the server itself, and the remote device server and the graphical user interface? So, as I told you, the Sesam server is the brain of the whole operation. That means, for me, normally when I start a POC and I do some tests with a new backup environment, first of all, I normally install the Sesam server as a virtual machine inside that environment, and I don't use the Sesam server itself to manage storage devices and transport the data to the storage devices. This is done in my configurations always via the remote device servers. And the Sesam server itself is really for high availability reasons. I use a hypervisor cluster and run the Sesam server itself as a virtual machine. I don't configure any storage devices or tape libraries or everything else on the Sesam server itself. Therefore, I use the remote device server. So let's go from the brain to the working slave. The remote device server is, as to say in an easy way, is a SEP sesam client, but has also the transport and storage components integrated. That means I'm able to connect any kind of storage to the remote device server, but the remote device server is completely controlled by the sesam server. It means we don't have any protocols, log files, metadatas, or database components or everything else on the remote device server. This is all centralized and managed by the sesam server itself. But the remote device server is able to transport data from himself or from any kind of client that goes via the remote device server to the storage devices. So comparable to other backup vendors, we could say this is the data mover, the media manager. Yeah, a lot of different names for that. And the biggest plus point for me is I'm able to scale out fairly simple with the remote device servers. I can use remote device servers on a VM. I can use them, of course, physically. That makes a lot of sense in case I want to do my so-called LAN-free backups. So if I want to do a backup directly to Sunloon as an example for VMware, the Sun backup, of course, I need a physical remote device server that is connected to both Sunloons, the VM storage and the backup storage via an HBA, and then they're able to directly transport the data to Sun without using the LAN. This is an important part where we normally work with remote device servers. Then we have the sesam client itself, SBC, sesam backup client. Sesam client package itself is available for Linux, Windows, Unix, all these different flavors, and is normally used in case I'm doing a backup of a physical system or in case I'm doing a backup of an application. So in case I want to do a backup of, let me say, an Exchange server or an Oracle database or a SAP HANA database or whatever, I have to install a client that I'm able to do a consistent backup with the given backup API, backup technology that is supported. And the only difference is in case of virtual machines, I don't have to install a client on the virtual machine if I'm only doing a snapshot consistent backup of the virtual machine itself with a file backup to do a file restore. But keep in mind, if I want to do more on that virtual machine, that means if I want to do a backup of an enterprise database as an example, I have to install a client on that virtual machine also. And the last component that can be installed also separately, of course, is our graphical user interface. That means, as you can see it here, this is my graphical user interface, my FAT-GUI client, and this FAT-GUI client is connected to my Linux demo backup server, and I'm working, of course you can see it here on a Windows system. So I just installed the graphical user interface on that Windows system. In my case, I installed a remote device server and graphical user interface on my system to work with the sesam server and to use my system itself as a data mover for specific backups. And therefore, you can use the graphical user interface package if you just want to install a graphical user interface on your laptop or wherever to connect to your SEP sesam server. The extensions, as I mentioned it here, you can see the extensions. Please have a look in the specific documentations for specific extensions, like how to configure SAP HANA backup as an example. Here you get the installation checklist, the configuration, the HANA backup itself. And as I told you, some video tutorials for all the intelligent administrators that are too lazy to read something. Same for me, I just click on the video normally and start with the video if it's available. And then you can, let me say, prepare yourself in the beginning perfectly to have a smooth start to configure and to install and configure your backup environment when you go through this step-by-step documentation. Last part here is the licensing. Pretty easy. Licensing is done with a volume license, with a unit license, with a blah blah blah, and full license, whatever. I don't care, because this is a tech training. You have to know when you download SEP Sesam from our website, or when you download it from the download portal, you can use SEP Sesam in full scale with everything for at least 30 days as a demo. And later on, when you need a license, you just have to send us the license information, and then we can give you the appropriate license. That is fairly simple. So when you go to the GUI, we have the help section here, and here we have the point license info. When you click on license info, he reads out the complete license information, and then you can send the license as email to sales@sep.de, and you can then, when you get the new license, import the license via the graphical user interface. So this is no problem. When you run into a timeout, the point is you can do always restores with our software, but you're not able to do backups anymore. Cool. So this is the architecture overview, how to work with SEP Sesam. I will later on show you that also in one of our slides, in the, let me say, the big picture, what you should consider when it comes to the consulting basics and everything. The next part is our graphical user interface. That means when you finish the installation, you can start the graphical user interface. Also here in the quick install guide, you have the definition how to start the graphical user interface on a Linux system, and how to connect to the graphical user interface, and of course the same for Windows also. So yeah, that takes extremely long in my case, because I have a ultra special license for that. So I will show you that later on the command line when we have a license output. I think I already have one here. Here you can see the license output, because as to say, everything I am. Yeah, this is the important part here. Green range for timeout. Everything I'm doing in the graphical user interface is of course possible to do on the shell, on the command line, with the command line interface. So as to say, overall, because this is for the next training for the certified administrator, this training is normally done completely without the graphical user interface, as you normally don't need that. In large scale environments, everything can be done, of course, on the command line, as you can see it here. Cool. So let's start with the layout of the graphical user interface. When you start configuring your Sesam server, here you can see also the components explained in details. So the menu bar, the toolbar, the main selection, the activities display on the bottom, and here the content page, that is very important for us, the properties pane, and here additionally, which is not mentioned here, our info center. That is also very important for you. So let's start with the specific informations from the menu here. Here you can do a GUI update, import and export the database of the Sesam server, which is not really in interest for me, to be honest, because what I'm normally doing is configuring first of all a Sesam backup to do a full backup of the Sesam server at least every day. Second part is the activities part. Here we can open our dashboard, which is the web UI. We can start our restore assistant. We can do direct restores, and we can immediately start specific operations. We can do a backup. Wow, we can do a backup and a restore. Not bad. And migrations and media actions and command events. So the migration, later on explained, is a copy of the data. That means I always do a native, or will perform a native copy with a migration task from the data. Even if it's deduplicated data from one of our SI3 data stores, the data will be rehydrated, and the second copy will be a native copy. This is the migration. Media actions are specific actions to say, okay, I want to load a specific media in a specific loader. I will do a read check of the media, archive adjustment. I will close a tape. So immediate start of media events is mostly used for, of course, libraries. Then we have the last point, the command events. This is a very important part when you work with external backups. That means when we work with external backup APIs, like Buckin for HANA, or Armin for Oracle, or DBM CLI for MaxDB, and so on, we have to create so-called command events. The cool part on these command events is if we are authorized on that system with an installed client, we can do almost any kind of funny stuff that we want to do on that system if we have the authorization. This must not be only a backup operation. That can be parts like pre-post operations that are also implemented, or that we that we wake up the system with wake on LAN, then do the backup, and afterwards shut down the system to save power. So whatever you can imagine, of course, you can do that if you have the appropriate script available and work with a command event. And these command events can be scheduled as any other backup operation or restore operation. And this is the plus point for me, because then these command events are scheduled, these command events are monitored. You get the log output for these command events. So the whole automation process is then done via SEP sesam. Restart backups, restart migrations. That means if something went wrong, of course, you can click on restart backup. You can select a time range, and you can see, oh, this backup was not good, this backup was not good. And then you can say start, and he automatically restarts the backup. So this is the fastest way in case you need a backup and the backup had a problem last time. Same for migrations. And cancel all current running activities means, hey, please stop everything because I have trouble, I have a problem, or I have to do something to stop the processes. The configuration is, in the beginning, I would say, not so important, but later on very cool to use, because there you can let me say, adapt additional parts for your behaviors. That means defaults. As an example, you can change fonts and tables. You can say, okay, I want to change from white yellow to white blue or white green, the different lines. You can also nowadays adapt the fonts and the size of the fonts. The display format can be changed. You have some general adaptations that can be done here. And here for installation updates, this is very important. You have auto update mode. That means you can here go for, in this case, what I normally prefer, check automatically but install manually. Update mode, as with the new release, sesam automatically checks for new available packages for all Linux and Windows supported systems. And if there are packages available, sesam can then directly update the clients without doing that manually on the client itself. Media types, not in our interest. That was from the old school LTO times. Every media is supported, fairly easy. Command, of course, you can directly choose a command event and start it also here, or manage the command events. That means I can choose one, and as an example here, my HANA full backup change, so I can adapt it and tell SEP sesam what kind of script has to be used on that client, as an example. Email settings, please be aware of that. In the beginning, we have one account. It's called sesam in small letters. This is the preferred account that we use in our integrated scripts that are as templates available. Please do yourself a favor, always configure that as the first email account with an SMTP server, maybe additional password or not, and start with that account to receive all important emails. As an example, the notification emails and all that stuff. We'll explain that directly. That means we have pre and post interfaces. These pre and post interfaces can be used for backup and for restore purpose on every installed client in your sesam environment. Yeah, that's exactly for things like what I told you before, like please shut down the database before the backup and bring the database in a clean state. Afterwards, do the backup, and then with the post operation, restart the database after the backup again. So used for the clients. And then we have 3 additional interfaces: alarm, disaster, and notify. These interfaces are only used for the sesam server itself to give you notifications and reports after date change is done or after a sesam backup is done. And what I normally do is I always activate in the beginning after the installation the so-called disaster interface and the so-called notify interface. So first I set my email account and I test my email account with the test message and see, okay, I can receive the email. Second, open the disaster interface, clicking on save, and open the notify interface, clicking on save. What he did now in the background is fairly simple. He just copied our template scripts from the template folder to the bin sesam folder to activate them, nothing more. And then these interfaces are activated. Means we get a daily log file and we get a disaster recovery mail when we do a SEP sesam backup to do a self-recovery of the sesam server. Window menu is used for different layouts and for adaptation of your behavior here. As an example, here we have a layout called RB, and I have a layout from my colleague. His name is Klaus, and as you can see it here, when I switch the layout, I have different behaviors. So in that case, as you can see it here, every user is able to configure its own layout. That means in the end, when you work with that Fat GUI client and you start working Monday morning and you have to check for all the backups from the weekend, you normally need just a double click with the mouse and then you have directly the necessary information available that you need because you configured the behaviors like you need it with your own layout. Therefore, we have these layouts and you can manage the layouts here. As you can see, you can add several layouts, can configure them for every need, and work with different administrators in your backup environment. Okay, the last part here is for me very important. What I didn't mention before is the permission management, because what is important for me to show you the difference between different users and what they are able to do. So you can see it here. We have different users, we have different user groups. We can also add external groups when we activate the AD or the LDAP linking, which is possible. So you can also communicate with Active Directory or LDAP in your environment. And then you can define different user and group levels to work with SEP sesam. This is extremely important later on when you work with SEP sesam and with our new web UI, as you can then use multi-tenancy. You can integrate different users that are allowed to do different restores. Let me say you have VMware department that should be able to restore virtual machines, but only virtual machines. Then you have a database department. They should be able to recover databases, but not the virtual machines. Then you're able to provide them this different levels of authorization via this permission management system. And here on the help, you can open the online manual. Guess what? This is our wiki. Then you can send emails directly out of the sesam GUI with an attachment in case you need some support or whatever. The license report, you can directly order remote support, and you get under About SEP Sesam the current information. What Sesam version is installed, what GUI client and server version is installed. Sometimes that's helpful when you need specific information for the support. And of course, you can also add additional RSS feeds, but normally the actual RSS feed is directly adopted. That means here, when you have a look in the notification center, oh, I have to do a lot of stuff. I get all the informations that are necessary for my release, and I have to fix the issue, or I already resolved the issue, or I should be reminded later, or I will dismiss the issue. This is extremely important. Here as an example, technology from VMware, there is something with a bug, so in CBT, and you have to use a workaround, or you have to download the patch for that. Please always have a look in the notification center and download the patches. Do what we say here. It's really important, because otherwise could lead to a problem when you open the support case and first thing the technical guy is asking you is, hey, did you install the patch already? And you say, oh shit, forgot it. Therefore we have this notification center to give you the latest patches, to notify you when we have something available. Okay, then we have the toolbar here. Toolbar means here you can directly open things like our dashboard as an example, to enter the web UI. You can do an immediate backup, and you can do an immediate restore with our restore wizard. You can do that. In that case, this is via the Fat GUI client, and in that case here it's the same, but he's doing the restore, or he opens the restore wizard via our web UI. There you can see the difference here. This is the new restore assistant that we have with our web UI available. But please be aware, as we are now in a transition phase from the Fat GUI client to the web UI, that not all supported applications and not all supported features for different hypervisors or applications are completely integrated into our web UI restore assistant. This will come step by step. So as I said, transition phase, it's mostly common from companies like VMware when they move to their web UI client. So of course the target is to have 100% in the web UI, but this needs at least a few months or the next year that we get everything into the web UI. So this is an ongoing process. Same for the backups overview, and then we have a calendar sheet here. There you get an overview of the next events that are triggered. To be honest, do yourself a favor, use the web UI. It's much more more blinky, more shiny, more better than that, to be honest. And here we have also the help button, About SEP Sesam, what we had there also. Cool. Then in the beginning, we start normally with the main selection on the left side to begin our configuration. And here on bottom, you have the information panel. That means here you get all the current system informations and you get the informations to the specific drives. Drives are always configured in drive groups, and we use the drives for tape libraries, for tapes itself, for disk storages, for data storage. So we use them for almost everything. Of course, in case of disk storage devices, in case of data storage, these are virtually configured drives that we use for the management, as everything is then controlled via the drives when the backup with different streams starts. The first thing is the topology. So in case you will create a new environment, you always have to think about the topology, how it should look like in the end. If you do that for a single company, for a single customer in his environment, then it could look like my topology. That means I have logical locations for databases, groupware, local MSPs, virtualization, and so on. And then I have specific sub-locations for different hypervisors, for different databases. But of course, in case of, let me say, an MSP as an example, it could be MSP, new location, customer A, new location, in this case, customer B, and then under that customer location, it could be something like hypervisor virtualization, databases, whatever, to have this infrastructure later on available also with that search folder here. When you search something, SEP as an example, that you directly find that in the specific location tree. So this is just logically sorted then for all your clients that you have to add to these locations. But second part here, very important, is that you are able to use our integrated management for multi-tenancy, for updates, for everything with that topology overview. That means you can go to a specific location and grant then specific rights or authorizations. Like here, let's go to, that was my SAP HANA example, properties. Then you can grant permissions. Here I have as an example my specific restore user as an operator, that he has access to the HANA database tree and later on can do restores of HANA databases as an example, or the same of course for virtualization. So if I have here my KVM tree with the permissions, you can see that I have here my user with restore permissions. That is very important, as you get the different views then later visible in our web UI. So you can see that here my account now is the administrator. I will log out and authenticate with restore with my user. Hope I have the correct password available. And you can see it here, as no KVM backup is currently available. I have no restore clients available that are shown here. So if I switch back to my administrator as an example, of course I have full access again. Oops. Yeah, now it comes. So this is the point where we need, of course, still need now the fat GUI client. Another point is the update of the system. So I choose the method, please download the client the packages, but do a manual update of the environment. What I can do now is I can just right click here on the topology and say update all clients, all Linux clients, all Windows clients. But I can also go down to specific locations in the location tree and say just update these clients here. So then he starts from that specific location tree to update these clients. The same is also possible here over the client overview. The client overview is list overview. I normally prefer the list overview with different filter functions. So here you can see on the right side for the first time, let's go to this documentation. The property pen, this means with that property pen you get additional information. So as an example, database entries or filter functions. So one is the filter and one is the property pen, what we have here. And as you can see it here, you have all the additional informations available from the database. To be honest, normally I'm not working with that properties. I'm just working with the filters, set my filters, what I need, and then I'm fine and ready to go. Because when I did this selection and when I set the filters, I click on Manage Layouts, Save, and then everything is stored in my layout as I need it. So in that case of the clients here, I can, as an example, right-click on top of the columns and can also add additional columns. So in the past, we did it like a development company, so we showed as much information as we had. But now at times we broke that down to the minimum informations that we need in the beginning. So if you need more information, if you need other information that are important for you, please always right click on the columns and have a look what kind of informations you can get. As you can see it here, you can get shitload of informations for the clients that are extremely helpful. You can sort them by the operating system, you can sort them by the location, you can have a look on the last sesam message and say, okay, I cannot reach the client, maybe I have to do something. You get the version of the installed sesam backup client, you get the package that is installed and the version number. And then you are also able, of course, here to go in specific informations of the client, OS access permissions. We will see that later in the client configuration, what you have to do when you add a client. But as you can see it here, a lot of informations are available. So first you have to create your topology. Second, you have then to add your clients. And when we start with the clients, oops, this is the GUI overview. This was the customizing GUI part by the documentation. So if you want to do that with the management of the layouts and everything, of course, this is well documented here. And then we did topology, and the second part now is the configuration of the clients. Then later on, what we can do, what we can work with the clients, as I said, and then we will add a few virtual clients later on when we go to the backups by clients.
So great, Ralph. Thank you for the first overview and first topics. In the moment, we have no questions. Maybe our attendees has now find the right time to write a question, maybe.
Cool.
And
yeah, then we will do the
maybe no questions, then we can go into the break.
Perfect. So maybe after the break, so easy. If you have something, yeah, just put it in. So 15 minutes break, have a coffee and everything. I will pause the recording and then restart the recording after the break. Okay, everybody. So, hope I'm understandable. Let's proceed with the next part of the training and just summarize shortly what we did. So, we installed a sesam server and we started the configuration of the sesam server. We got an overview of the menu bar here in the graphical user interface and the quick start options, and we worked on the topology and the clients, and we did that, of course, with our SEP sesam basis administrator. So I normally say basic administrator, but configuration and documentation here. And now in the next part, so we are currently now in the GUI components that we have to in the section components that we have to configure. And last part was, of course, the overview, the list overview of the clients, and there we are able to get properties of the clients, and we are able to configure new clients. We will do that later on in the backup client by backup tree here. You can see that here, tasks by clients. Then we get also a few more specific infos how to configure the clients. The next part is the configuration of the data stores. Data stores are disk storage devices. When you configure a data store, you can configure almost any kind of disk storage device. That means when we go here to the data stores and we say new data store, you have several options available. First of all, of course, you have to define a name for your data store. Second is the type of the data store. We can use a standard disk device and do a standard file-based backup, native backup on that disk device. That disk device can be any kind of disk device. We don't care. It can be an iSCSI target, an NFS share, a Sunloon, SMB share, whatever you want, as long as it is mounted properly to your system or recognized properly from your system, we can work with that. HPE Store 1 and CloudBank and NetApp are specific storage appliances that we can communicate with. The Easy Archive Store is normally an archive store that is done in cooperation with a partner of us. And the SI3 deduplication store is, compared to the parse data store, of course different, because this is our integrated inline deduplication data store. You can create as much path data stores as you want on a system, but always only one deduplication store per system. Per system means, of course, if needed on the sesam server itself, but also on any integrated remote device server, RDS. Deduplication store can be configured, or the standard parse data stores. When we create a data store, he automatically creates one virtual drive for the data store, and he creates a second virtual drive, but this drive is used as a restore drive read only. That means even if all channels are occupied, you have always a second drive for restore purpose available. Therefore, a so-called drive group is created. You get a drive number. This is just an upcounting number, so you don't have to care about that. And in the beginning, we work with a maximum of 10 channels. That means that you're able to perform at least 10 concurrent backups, 10 backups at the same time on that data store. The device server is pretty important. That means in that case, the device server is the sesam server itself. But if you want to configure a disk storage device, a data store for a remote device server, then you have to choose the remote device server here from the list. As an example, this is my Windows system, so I choose that one as the remote device server. And now I can browse that system. And when I work on a Linux system, of course, as you can see it here, it shows me from my Windows remote device server the Windows infrastructure. Let's choose the temp folder, quite simple, click on OK. And then he is determining the capacity that is available from that location. Normally, I would always go, and this is a very important tip from my side, please always go for a fixed drive size, fixed storage size. That means, of course, you can expand the disk storage systems, the data stores later on just by creating new drives for that. You can use also different storage locations and combine them to one data store. So everything is integrated also with a load balancer feature that they have is integrated into SEP sesam as a software feature. But please do yourself a favor and do us a favor and do me a favor. Don't give a shit. Please configure a proper storage device, configure a proper size that you can use in maximum. So don't do this funny, tricky stuff like over provisioning and all that kinky stuff in the beginning for the backups. Makes absolutely sense to have a proper configured infrastructure for the storage devices and then raise the volumes or grant more space on the infrastructure layer of your storage device. Then you won't get in trouble like, okay, you have slower connections via LAN to that storage location and you have faster connection via SAN to that storage location, but you combine them in a virtual data store and then in the end you think, oh, okay, now I have throughput problems. Please avoid that in the beginning by configuring a proper storage target that we can use 100% by SEP sesam. Then you have the total capacity, of course, of the location, and then you have the additional so-called high watermark. The high watermark is our buffer zone. That means if we reach the high watermark on that storage device, the backups that are currently active will be finished. That means you can have at least a lot more than one. Of course, you can have 5 or 10 or 15 concurrent backups be active at that moment. But all the backups that are scheduled and are queued and not active at the moment, but queued to be executed when the other backups are finished, will not be executed anymore when we reach the high watermark. So this is the buffer zone. That is normally, this is, yeah, you have to get a feeling for that. It's normally configured by at least the size of the biggest backup that you expect on a weekend in that environment to be sure that you're not running out of space on that storage device. In case you work with external deduplication technologies like MSDDUP or what is it, this data domain or stuff like that, you have to activate this dedup functionality. Means that we are aware of the dedup to calculate the appropriate sizings for the backups. And yeah, that's almost it. Then you click on OK and he creates the new data store that will at that moment stop all the active backups, which is not really important for us at the moment. And then he automatically asks you to create a media pool for that storage device. Creating a media pool means we go for the first backup. Let me say we call it week 14 days SBA, and we will keep the data for at least 13 days. The media pool now defines our retention time on that disk storage device. How long the backups are stored on that device till they can be deleted. Cool. So now we have a test store available here, and we can work with that test store, and this test store is configured. The only difference is when you configure a DDub store, as you can see it here, that you have an additional point called deduplication ratio here. Oh, this must be noted. Deduplication Rate. This is a bit okay. We have a translation issue here. And here you can see the deduplication factor of the DDub store in that case, or of the store once application that we have here. So this is done via the data stores, and the data stores are all disk storage devices that you can expect. The next point is the configuration of tape drives and loaders. Tape drives and loaders for people that have large-scale environments and doing backups, let me say, the typical way from disk to tape, to have them for long-term storage, have to work with loader configurations. Also here, a pretty cool hint from my side. When you work with an attached loader, then neither on the server or on the remote device server makes no difference. It's important to have the loader configured properly before you install the SEP sesam components. Configuring properly means in that case, when we go to loaders, that the loader has to be installed properly. That means hardware configuration on Windows and on Linux, and the manual configuration is of course documented, but the easiest way is install the appropriate loader drivers for the OS before you install the sesam packages, and check if the loader is also recognized properly. Recognized properly means that in that case, as an example, under Linux, it's quite simple. We have a tool called SLU, Sesam Loader Utility, and with this SLU, you are able, as an example, to scan for specific loaders to get the SCSI IDs of the loader and everything. That is in the beginning important because fairly simple to recognize. Under Linux, the tapes inside the loader always start with def nst0, def nst1 and up counting, as I have two tapes here, and the loaders always start with def sg and a number. So remember that def nst and def sg for Linux. When you do the same on a Windows system, it starts always with tape and a number like tape 0, and changer and a number like changer 0. This is the only thing you have to look at in the beginning. When you configure a loader, just start slow scan, and when you get the appropriate SCSI ID, you can directly proceed and work with that loader. After the loader is configured, you can have a look in the properties. Here, of course, as I told you, device name is def sg3 to communicate with the loader. You have an amount of slots inside the loader. Please be aware that we always start counting the slots at 0, not at 1. So 0 is the first slot. In my case, I have 58 slots. That is a 60 slot library, because in that case I have also a cleaning tape inside, and I let the loader software do all the cleaning operations and everything, and therefore I reserved these slots. And if you have additional so-called ports, you have to reserve them also. These are the typical mail slots to import or export tapes to the loader. Barcode scanner, if you have one, activated, of course, and auto unload function, always no. As simple as it is. This is the configuration for the loader. Then you have the tapes. Also here in the tape properties, very important, as I told you before, def nst0, we have the first tape number here, we have the drive group tape drives. This drive group is then configured for this loader, so he automatically knows which drive to use. And of course here also we have maximum channels in the beginning, 10. That means we can also do concurrent backups to our tape devices. Additional options, you can also adapt here media timeouts and everything. Also, it's documented you can also activate encryption on modern LTO drives and directly work with the inline encryption of the tape drives then later. Okay, just have a short look in the content here. This is how it looks like when the loader is configured. So on the left side, I have all my media. Very important, I have here also so-called spare pool media. These are normally my spare medias that are used by my other two migration pools, because I call them migration 1 month and migration 3 months. So if they are running out of tapes, as it is here, he automatically grabs the tape out of the spare pool and relabels the tape to migration 1 month or migration 3 months, where he needs an additional tape. In the middle, this is the robotic. Here we have the two drives, and on bottom, if you have one, you have the mail slots to import or export the tapes. You can also have a look here in the legend what kind of labels are available for the tapes. You have also here loader actions available to import or export or unload or load specific tapes. You can also do an archive adjustment here. That means in case you have a bunch of new tapes, as an example, you can choose the slot range and do an automatic introduction. If these tapes are already used in that loader with SEP sesam together, you say accept without initialization, because then he is just scanning the barcodes and he knows, okay, this barcode was that label, and imports that to the database. In case these are foreign tapes or fresh tapes, always use the option override. Then he manually writes a new label on the tape, on the header, in the beginning, on the header on the tape, to work with that tape then in the future. With check label on tape, he really reads the label on the tape instead of the barcode. And this is what I mentioned with barcode only. Barcode only means this can be used also now here from my existing tapes, just to be sure that every tape is recognized. So in case something went wrong, I normally just go to the barcodes in the beginning, because this is the fastest way. Yeah, that's it for the configuration of the loaders. Of course, you can do that also without a loader. You can use also single LTO tapes. They can be connected directly to the sesam server. Then we have the drive groups. And the drive groups are, as I mentioned it before, logically assorted to disk storage devices or to loader devices. Here, the drive group with the name tape drive, as an example, exists exactly out of these two tapes that we have inside the loader. And then we have a drive group for our first data store. These are the two virtual disk drives. And you can see it here. One is read-write and one is read-only, the restore drive. And this is how the drives are assorted to different storage devices. Why is that so important? As an example, here we have the name data store 1, we have a description. First of all, we can configure here one of our default interfaces. That means you can say, okay, normally I go via HTTP single port to that drive group to do the backups. But I can also use HTTPS for encryption to go to that drive group by default, because it's an external backup, as an example, branch office or whatever, and you want to do the transport directly encrypted because it's not in your DMZ. Therefore, you can then adapt the drive groups You can also go to the drives via the properties. In case of disk drives, you have to do that via the data store properties. In case of tape drives, you can directly adapt the drives here. So let's go back to the data stores here and have a view on this data store. Then you have here the drives, and you can configure the drives. You can also add additional drives with additional sources. You can add the amount of channels that are used, and later on you can also add additional sources. But as I mentioned before, do yourself a favor, configure your infrastructure properly, and that you have the target directly available, then you don't have to configure a lot of stuff here. One important thing is, that's the reason why I always work with this remote device servers. If possible, you can also change here the device server. That means if you have a shared resource, shared target for your backups, and one of your remote device servers has a failure, then you can also adapt the drive group here and choose a different remote device server to proceed with the backups. Therefore, these drive groups are they are very important, because this is the easiest way to switch the data mover in that case. Okay. Then we have the drive group.
Sorry, Ralph, one question regarding, I think, the interfaces. Yes, the question, can I use the IP address to use the different interfaces?
Yeah, that's now at times also possible. We will see that when we configure a client. So in the past you had to use a name, but now you can also use the IP address of that client. This is also possible for the interfaces, yes. And now we have the media pools, the last part. The media pools are, as I told you, fairly simple. You can have a node for the media pool where it's used for what it is used, as an example, and then you have the retention time, 100 days, 14 days, 31 days. So this is the only important part for the media pool, that you control the retention time with the media pool. That means later on, when you do a backup, and you do the backup to your media pool called 14 days, you can be aware that the data there is stored at least 14 days before it's deleted again, and therefore we use the media pools. The media pools are defining the retention time and on which storage the data is stored. And the last part of the components here is the overview of the media. Don't be confused, because here we only see our tape medias. This is only the overview for the tape medias. In case of disk media, we don't need a media overview, of course, because we have only one virtual media, which is nothing else than a folder on the storage. As we don't have a VTL construction or something like that, we just use the storage location with a folder, and that's it. Here you can see specific informations on different medias. You can see here this media is closed now till it reaches its end of life, EOL, retention time. Then it will be reused. Then you have this gray icon here for reused tapes, and for active tapes that are currently used and will be closed if we reach the end of the media, we have the active icon, the blue icon. You can also have a look inside the media, and you can see inside the media here the safe sets on that media, so what is stored on that media, which backup, maybe if we have several tapes to do the backup, because the backup is bigger than one media. We have this tape overflow, and you can see it also here, which tapes are used. This is not really important for you for the normal administration of your backups, to be honest. It's very important when you do the restores, because in case of a restore, SEP sesam automatically tells you, okay, I need media with the label media number 1, media number 7, and media number 8, because the backup is split on these 3 tapes to do the restore. In that case, of course, you have to be sure that these tapes are available. Maybe you have to get them from somewhere from the archive before you start the restore. Therefore, it's important to have this information available, but this is of course done with the restore wizard automatically by SEP sesam. You just have to have the tapes available. In case of disk storage devices, you can get also this additional information here. The safe sets, as you can see it here, exactly the same as we had it with the tapes. You can see also some the overview of the media pools that we have on this disk storage device. And under actions, you can see, okay, at the moment he has a bit trouble with the file system check. He did the purge, it's check space, all these media operations on the data store. But this is normally also documented in the dashboard, and of course, in case you have something red, like we have it now with the purge operations, we have to have a look on the storage devices, of course. So this is actually the overview of the components. What we did now, we configured all the components, and that means all the infrastructure parts, the installation and the configuration is now finished. And in the next step, of course, we have to configure the clients, and we have to define backups for the clients. Then we have to think about the backup strategy in case of normal disk backup. How to explain that? I would think about the backup strategy in the beginning, which is, let me say, 70% of my work when I start a new backup project. And this, what we do now, is the rest, the last 30%, what we have to configure before we go to the monitoring. The target is to have the components prepared, to have the tasks configured, and then to get that all completely automated with the schedules. So I will close these tabs now, and of course I will go to that. I will go over that in the training today. Let me say a bit faster and not so much in detail. But as I mentioned it before, of course, you always have to have a look here in the overview. If you need something, you have the complete documentation and, of course, the recording available. Okay. Next point, task by clients. As I mentioned it before, we have to add clients and we have to create backup tasks for the clients. The difference is also important here when we go to task by clients, that we have our physical clients, like I have here my SAP HANA clients as an example, and we have our virtual clients. And for the virtual clients, of course, I don't have to add all the clients manually with install agent on the client. I just have to add the communication host that I use. In case of VMware, I normally add my vSender and I communicate over the vSender. In case of Red Hat virtualization, I add my REV management server. In case of Citrix, I add my Citrix Zen server. So as you know it, this is pretty much the same for every hypervisor. Normally you communicate with some sort of a management server and with the backup API of that hypervisor environment. So libvirt, overt, VDDK, vStorage API, and so on and so on. So all the different backup APIs are supported directly when you install a client on the specific device that is used for the communication. And of course, In case of normal physical systems, you have to add the physical system manually and install the client before. You can install the client remotely with an MSI package for Windows. In case of Linux, as we support so much different distros, of course we cannot give you a remote installation feature for every OS, but yeah, in that case, you normally should combine that with a rollout feature like Ansible, Puppet, or whatever to automate that. And then, as I have shown you that before, then it's fairly simple. If there are new packages available, just right click on the topology and say update, and everything is done then automatically. When we add a client, we have to have a look on a few specific points. As you can see it here, this is a typical Windows server, a Windows client, my system, my local system. And first of all, we have to choose the name for the client that is remotely available and resolvable. DNS, very important. You remember that? So to communicate with the client, forward reverse lookup has to work to that client. Then you can insert the FQDN or the IP to communicate with that client. The location is from the location tree, and the operating system, that's important in case of Windows, that you choose the appropriate Windows version. This has to do with the specific amount of VSS volume snapshots and so on, what you can do for Windows. And then the client is configured, and we start communicating with the client, and we can test if we can do a backup from the client. The access mode is per default SEM SSH. That means when we communicate with the client, we communicate via our own integrated SSH protocol. And this is available for Windows and Linux without any additional configuration or installation. This is then delivered out of the box. Of course, you can use also your own methods like SSH, standard SSH or RSH. For some specific clients, we have to configure them as a proxy, but this is more virtual for virtual environments. It's more specific for virtual environments to use them later as a proxy system, as a data mover to mount data to that system, as an example. Control is our old communication method. Control is just normal communication without encryption. And please be aware, here and with the access mode, we are talking about the normal communication between the sesam server and the client, and also maybe in between the remote device server. And this is the communication where the client gets all the commands, where the sesam server receives all the logs and metadata. That has nothing to do with the data transport itself for the backup. The data transport then is done via the interface. So here, specific interfaces can be configured. Normally, when you install a new client, nowadays there are only two interfaces available, HTTP and HTTPS. And the interface is using the name of the client. That means if I insert here an IP address, of course, he's using the IP address. Client is a virtual machine. Do not update the client, execution off. In case you click on execution off, the client is still available in the system, but cannot be used for any specific backup or restore operations. This is, let me say, for clients that are not used anymore, but you still have to keep a few backups, then you can deactivate the client. For the classic license, as an example, you can also save then one client in the classic license, and therefore we have this option that you don't have to delete the client in that moment. Client is a virtual machine, is normally used when it is a specific virtual machine, as an example for proxy operations on specific on a specific hypervisor. Okay, then we have additional options. access options, STPD options. That means if I have specific firewall setting, I can insert them here. Device server settings, listen port, here I can also change the port. Wake on LAN can be activated. OS access. This is a specific credential set. As an example here, the domain admin. If I have specific access to the OS, normally on the Windows we work with the NT authority system user. On the Linux we work with root rights to get full access to the system to do the backups. But sometimes you need additional access, as an example, to specific applications like databases, which cannot be backed up, like in Microsoft SQL database that cannot be backed up with the NT authority system account. Then you need specific actions. Access. Permissions. Here you can set also specific permissions for our web UI and for the GUI itself for the multi-tenant configuration. Okay, so be aware that this was a Windows client. We configured it the normal way. That means when we start with the configuration, fairly simple. Let's right click here on the location and say new client. Of course, we can also add Linux clients. In that case, the operating system, the platform is Linux and the operating system is Linux. For OES Linux, this is more specific for access, as you can see here on top, for Novell-based or now times Micro Focus-based systems. But we have also NDMP available for NetApp, NetWare for pretty old school stuff, Unix old school stuff, pretty old school VMS stuff. So I would say in 99% of the cases you are working with Linux and Linux as an operating system, or Windows and the specific Windows OS, I would say. In case of Linux, you have to be aware that you have also specific options available. So let's compare the options. In case of Linux, you have also options available later for the backups. How to do, oops, here we go. Let's choose the sesam backup. What you can also add as an example here, decent directories on other file systems, save data mounted by NFS, backup with LVM. This is the difference between Windows and Linux. That means in case you're doing a backup of a Linux system, we're creating a listing file, indexing all the files, and we do, of course, first of all, the find on the system in an asynchronous task to the starting backup to get a directory list and everything. But without the option backup with LVM, we are not creating a snapshot of the files. That means it could come to warnings during the backup. Then you get the typical message, file exceeding during backup, cutting off. So in that case, we have a look in our own listing. In that listing, we have a specific block size of the file, which was then defined. But if the file is growing during the backup process, he will cut the file at the block size he has in the list. Otherwise, it could blow up the whole backup process as he waits and the file is still growing, and so on and so on. Therefore, it makes much sense to work with LVM to do an LVM snapshot. Data mounted by NFS, of course, you should not really use that option if you're really aware that somebody has mounted the whole file server with a few petabytes on his client. The same for decent directories on other file systems. This is important because here we're talking about the typical links. Compared to a Windows system, when we look in the Windows task here, path all, you have the option available backup with VSS. This is per default, the option per default, because we normally do a VSS snapshot based backup. Okay, so as you can see, when you have a look on Linux and Windows based clients, it's fairly simple to configure them. After the configuration, you can see in the system messages here that he is testing the connection to the client. And if he gets access to the client, then you can see, okay, connection established, access is valid, then everything is fine for you. So you can work then with that client. When we have configured the client and we start with the configuration of the tasks, we have a second point called task by groups. This is the only difference I have in the top-down principle, just for you as a hint. Before I start configuring the tasks here for specific clients, I normally directly configure some task groups before. Why? The point is fairly simple. So I have a task group. I will configure a new task group. Let's call the task group test group VM SBA. That's it. So a task group, the definition of a task group is fairly simple. You just have to give the task group a name. On the left side, you see all the tasks that are available at the moment. And of course, you can put them into the task group. And inside the task group, which is one of the, for me, really cool features, you can also prioritize which task is the most important task, put them on top. And this is important later on, because if you work with the channels on the different locations, storage locations, like we've seen that before for the drives, you have 10 channels for the data store that we have configured. But of course, as you can see it here, you have a lot more backups tasks now inside that task group. Therefore, you can prioritize them. And of course, with that drive, the first 10 backups are executed, and all the following backups are then scheduled for execution when the first backup of the first 10 streams, so that means one of them, of course, could be that one, or whatever, is finished. This is automatically then put out of the queue and activated for backup. So remember that all the backups are queued that are not in the 10 channels at the moment, and later on they will be executed out of the queue when the first backups are finishing. But important for me is just having a task group, and now we go back to the clients. And of course, you can have task groups which makes sense for me with the speaking name by, as an example, databases, bare metal recovery, virtual machines VMware, virtual machines ref. So make a think about that, and make yourself a favor. Just use logical speaking names for your task groups, for your schedules, for almost everything, for your locations inside SEP sesam, because always think about that you normally should not be the only administrator that works with SEP sesam, and all of your colleagues also should understand what you thought about the location and the task groups and everything, that they can also work with that in the proper way. Task by clients. This is extremely complicated how to configure the tasks. In that case, let's choose the Windows system again. I go to new backup task, right click, and then I could enter a name, I could choose a task type, I could think about the source. Makes no sense, this is too much work for me. Easiest way is just click here on the browse button. Then you can see all the available volumes, you can see all the available applications that are available from that client for backup. Because the sesam agent automatically determines all the available applications that he's able to back up. Let's do a Citrix Zen backup. new backup task, Citrix Zen. Here we have then the virtual machines in the Citrix Zen environment. Let's do the same for the Linux system here, new backup task. Then you can see, okay, we have a few more options available, like we can have a Linux KVM virtual machine, we can have Linux bare metal recovery, we can do a PostgreSQL backup. So we click on OK, task type Postgres, name, everything is fine. And this works with every client that is installed where we figure out what we can back up, except some specific backups like SAP HANA databases, like Oracle databases, these so-called external backup tasks. There I have to do the configuration manually. Then we have additional options available. As we have seen that before, we can execute the pre and the post operations, like shutting down a database, bring the database back online after the backup. This can be done also for the restore. And we can have some additional call arguments, additional commands for the backups, as an example, if we need them. Encryption, compression can be activated if available. I would always do that from the on the storage location, because then it's much more efficient and needs less compute power. We talked about the OS access before, if we need specific access for specific applications. And now we come to the point that is extremely important for me. Now we have the task groups. And what I did before, I created a task group, and this test group VM SBA. In that case, it's not a virtual machine. In that case, this is a database. So I will go for the task group. Here I have the task group databases. Why is that so important? Because the task group database is already associated with a schedule. Full ink, everything is then done automatically in the background. So I just have to pick the database, click here on databases and task group, click on OK, and that's it. That's the whole process later on when I add new backup tasks, to have them fully automated and managed in my environment. We can see that later in the schedules overview, what I did in that case. Okay, so these are the tasks by clients, the task groups, and now we come to specific overviews and to additional tasks. Backup plans means here you can search for specific, let's take my SAP HANA environment. You can search for specific tasks with that name as an example and get an overview of the configured migrations, the configured replications, and the configured tasks and task groups. So this is just a, let me say, fast overview if you search for something, but later on normally you don't really need that for normal operations. Migration tasks are the disk to disk to tape, disk to tape, disk to disk to cloud, disk to cloud to tape, all that stuff where you create a second or a third or a copy of the copy of the copy. This is then called a migration task. We always have native copies. Also, when we do a copy of the application store, he always creates a native copy. Please be aware of that, which is in my opinion also really helpful, because native copies can save your life. And the migration is fairly simple to configure. That means we create a new migration task, test SBA. Then we have to choose, let's take the media pool backup week, which is one of the disk pools. We have to choose a source. We can also define the interface for that, but normally he automatically takes HTTP. And then we have to define the target, the destination. In that case, I take migration 1 month, which is my tape pool. Additionally, I can define a fixed drive, but in that case, I won't define a fixed drive. Then I have to define the relative backup date. Relative backup date means for me, I will go to -2 days up from now. Please be aware that this is always a template that I'm using later on, this migration task. This is not activated now, because you can define tasks, migration tasks, as much as you want. They won't be activated before we created a schedule for that. Then you can choose what kind of stuff should be migrated, only the successful backups or successful backups with warnings, or even partial restorable backups, and the types: copy backups, full backups, differential backups, incremental backups, or the whole generation. That means even if differential, incremental, and full backups are, let me say, stored on different media pools, he will collect all that stuff together and put that then on the tape. -2 days is normally the appropriate way, because normally I start my migration tasks during the beginning of the week, because I normally don't use the normal way over the network. I use the way from the storage device, from disk storage device to the tape storage device, as an example, with direct connection, or I use my backup infrastructure with a separated network to do the migrations. Then we have additional, let me say, granular options, what you can use as filter functions. We work automatically with parallel migrations. That means we work with parallel streams with our channels. Also in case we do the migrations to reach the maximum performance. So I will save that, test SPA, that we can use that template later on. Then we have the replication tasks. Replication task is fairly simple. Let's call it blah foo. The same procedure. I have a source, in that case one of my deduplication pools, and I have a target. But in that case, I have only one deduplication pool available, because I configured only one on my main server. So therefore here I normally need a second DDA pool on a remote device server. And as you can see it here, relative backup date makes no sense in that case. And in that case, we create a mirror, and a 24/7 ongoing mirror. That means when something on my DDA pool, when some blocks are changed and chunks are committed, these parts are automatically replicated to the other location. Also, in that case, very important, of course, everything is deduplicated. So we don't create a native copy, we create a block-based mirror on the other side. So that's the difference. Migration, native copies, replication, deduplicated mirror of my DDAP store. And then you have an overview here as list. That means here you can go by task type, you can go by location. Of course, you can also right click here and choose different columns. This is for me extremely helpful when you have to search for something specific, that you get an overview here. Okay, in that environment I have this SAP HANA backup task as an example. Why is that important? That is important when somebody has to work with the sesam server and you are currently in holidays and he has to find something very fast. I would always prefer the list views, like we had it here with the clients list view, here with the tasks, the list view. This is the fastest way to search for something. Cool. So this is the part tasks and task groups. how to configure them, the overview of the backup plans, the migrations, the replications, tasks as a list. And now we are coming to the most important part in the Fat GUI client, what we have to do before everything is up and running and we can go to holidays. By the way, this is no joke. I am currently sitting with half of my brain in my car as I am driving to Croatia tomorrow morning and do my 3 weeks holidays. So in case you have something, please be aware of that and contact me and Christian together. So Christian is also aware of all that stuff, that we don't get any circumstances or trouble when I'm not answering. And the weather is fine. Schedules. The whole automation is done with our schedules. The schedules are responsible for almost everything in the definition. That means what has to be backed up, how it has to be backed up, when it has to be backed up. All that stuff is controlled by the schedules. And when you start with the sesam installation, you normally need at least 3 schedules. One schedule to perform your full backups, normally on the weekend. The second schedule to perform your incremental backups during the week. And the third schedule, in case you will create a copy of the data for your migration jobs as an example. This is normally the typical starting point. And a fourth schedule is always available because this schedule is available from the beginning of the configuration of the system. That means, let me close that stuff. Open the schedules, and here you can see I have a lot of different schedules with funny names, but this is, for me, let me say, this makes extremely much sense for me, because with that schedules I am able to do the first automation directly out of the box. One schedule is available from the beginning. It's called the new day schedule. This is the so-called SEP sesam new day. And this SEP sesam new day is, in my case, normally it's configured daily. I always configure it from Monday to Friday. That means that in the beginning at 8 o'clock, SEP sesam is reconfiguring all the drives, is restarting all its daemons, is stopping all the backups, is stopping all the restores. It's some sort of a complete cleanup operation for the sesam server to bring the sesam server in 100% working state, to delete all log files and protocols and everything. And that's the reason why I normally perform the new day just from Monday to Friday and not on a Saturday and Sunday. The other thing is, later on in the overview of the backups, that the part from Friday to Monday with the whole weekend is also then put together on one site, which is pretty, for me, pretty helpful. In case you are, let me say, working in the 24/7 or in a data center or in some other environments where you say, hey, we have 24/7. We cannot stop the backups during the week or working days, no problem, because for the schedules here you have the parameter do not cancel these activities, all events. Activate that, then he is aware of that and will do that in between. That means he will still proceed the backups and then reconfigure the drive after the backup is finished. Okay. Second one is the typical backup of your data that you want to configure for the weekend. So we assume that we have normal weekend in the company, and therefore we create a schedule. The schedule is called BCK for backup underscore, in that case, weekend. The type is full for a full backup, not an incremental or a differential backup. And I normally prefer to add the time and the day. That means in that case, let's say we start on Saturday at 6 p.m. and my name, my initials RB for Ralph Bogner, are also added. This is the most important for me, because then everybody knows, okay, Ralph Bogner created this schedule, so if something is happening or if I have trouble with that schedule, I can ask him, hey, why did you create that schedule? For what is that good for? We do that weekly on the Saturday at 6 p.m. and we can give them additional operational features like start time frame, repeat task, stop task if it runs longer. Then start time frame means if I have 100 tasks in the group, but I have only 10 streams channels on the drive available, and after 6 hours he's still not able to put that tasks out of the queue into the drive, then I say, okay, if it takes longer than 6 hours, as an example, stop the execution, because then the next day starts or whatever, to reduce traffic and bandwidth. We can also work with user-defined calendars. This is extremely helpful, because in that case, when you work with that calendars, you can then choose specific points here to use that for the complete year. If you have some weekends or if you have some events that don't match with a repeating schedule, you can use here specific calendars. Stop task if it runs longer is also important. That could be that, I don't know, the system is in a bad state or something like that, that you can say that the same for the task. And repeat task is normally thought for specific database backups, as an example. So when you have a schedule starting at 6 a.m. in the morning and doing the log backups, the incremental backups of the database, then you can say repeat that every hour or every minute that you have this schedule active for the whole day to do the log backups. Then you have not to define hourly schedules for all your databases. So this is the typical approach for a schedule that you have for the backups. And then the next one would be, of course, the second schedule I told you before, and the second schedule is executed over the whole week, and the second schedule is executed at, let me say, also 6 o'clock. But in that case, and this is the important difference, the schedule is for my incremental backups from Monday to Friday. And of course, it's during the week. Fairly simple. So then we have created our first two schedules, and then we can add specific operations to our schedules. That means in that case, let's choose the backup for the weekend. Then we can say, okay, what kind of event do we want to trigger with that schedule? We can add backup events. We can add automated restore events. We can add the migrations, so that we have the migrations, but therefore I would create a migration schedule. We can add a replication event. That means only that this replication is then activated and is running 24/7. Media events are more or less used only for loaders to do tape operations, clear stuff. And the command event is used for external backups when I trigger scripts on that client to trigger the backup API on the client side to receive the data. Normally you start with a backup event, so you say, okay, please backup event, let's choose one of the backup events, in that case CR test, that's fine. You can say, okay, this is done on the weekend, therefore we use the full backup, and we use our standard disk storage that we have here, backup week as an example. We can choose also optional drive and the interface. Per default, he uses the drive that is free and the interface HTTP. We can also add an additional migration task if we have it, that after the backup is finished, he automatically creates a second copy of the backup to another storage location, loader device, or whatever. We can also work with follow-up events. These follow-up events are documented in our wiki, and follow-up events are events like, as you can see it here, examples. We can do a verify, we can do a manual migration, we can delete the backup after the migration. All that stuff can be entered in the follow-up events, as we can see it here, with the appropriate command. One point that is important here is sometimes it could be used that we have priorities and blocking dates. The priority, 1 is the lowest, 99 is the highest, can be used in case you have schedules that start at the same time, like Saturday 6 p.m. You have 2 schedules with a few backup groups, and one is more important, the other is less important. Then you can use the priority for that. And the blocking date is nothing else than you can create the same schedule with the same name, and let me say execute that schedule only once a year as an example, with a blocking date. Then it's blocking the normal schedule on that date, like Christmas or something. When you say, okay, there don't has to be executed, this is then once a time blocking date. The schedule is then not executed. We can use that, of course, for specific task or specific task groups, and this is more important for me when we work with specific task groups, that this is then configured properly before, because I prefer normally to configure backups only with task groups and not single backups. So let's show you an example here. Backup files full on Saturday 1 p.m. Here you can see we have our file systems in a task group. We have our databases in task group. We have everything sorted in task groups, which makes it much more easy for me later to manage that. And of course, what you have seen before by the configuration of the clients here, virtualization, VMware. Let's go to the new backup task here, to the VMs, choose a VM. And of course, also in that case, I just choose the VM, click on OK, everything is done automatically, and then I choose the task group VMware. And as you have seen it, I don't have to configure the schedules manually. I don't have to configure any other parts, because I already have the task group available, and this task group is here assorted to the full backups, as an example, to the differential backups, or to the incremental backups. Additionally, on the schedule, we have things like command events here. So here I have my DB2 backup. Here I have my Oracle backup. When I have a look, I can see, okay, this is the command that I use for that. So you can also combine schedules. That means You can use the schedules for command events, migrations, backups, and all that other stuff. And the only difference is a restore event. A restore event always has to be configured in a separate schedule. Yeah.
Ralf,
Yeah.
could we explain again the blocking date? Also the blocking date that was not really clear. Maybe that's important for all our tendencies.
Yes, the blocking date is like I create a new schedule, and this schedule, let me say, is called backup weekly. I'm doing that backup every Saturday. And then I have a second schedule. It's called backup weekly monthly, yearly. I think this was at the 24th December every year. Backup weekly block. And then I can choose this as a blocking date. That means I have here the execution of a group. And as you can see it here, then this backup event is executed every week for the whole year on Saturday, except on the 24th of December, because there I have the same backup task defined as a blocking date. Of course,
And with a higher priority.
it gets it automatically when I click on blocking date, yes. Of course, I'm not quite sure if December 24th is a Saturday or not. So this is, let me say, how we did it normally in the past. But to be honest, you can also choose, therefore, a user-defined calendar and say, I execute it here, execute it here, execute it here, but don't execute it there, and save that calendar with a specific name. Much more easier, and you can adapt them later on also much more easy. Okay, that was the scheduling in a nutshell. We have also the other events that we can use together with that schedule. And then we have activated, I would say now we have activated the automation so that the backups are running now in an automated mode. So components, tasks, scheduling, that has to be configured in the beginning before we start now with the day-by-day work of our SEP sesam environment. Another point is the overview here of the events with that search bar, so you can see what is executed the next time. To be honest, forget that. Events as a list makes a bit more sense. Here you can also sort out and have a look what will happen. And here we have the calendar sheet. Here you can see it specifically day by day. So this is normally for me, also with that legend, the easiest way to see, okay, there is a backup plan, the restore plan, migration plan on that time to have a specific day. Or to use the list and to sort out something from the list if you search for something that will be executed. But as to say, this is for me pretty much the old school way. We will see that later in our dashboard. And believe me, you will love the dashboard. Normally, during normal operations, I only work with the dashboard. But that's it for the scheduling, for the automation. And now we come to the daily operations, and therefore here in the GUI you can see the overview of the job state, the monitoring, the logging, the interfaces. So this is the part where you have to work with most of the time when you configured your environment and automated everything. So let's go back here to our overview. We had the configuration of the components. We activated and automated everything with the scheduling. And now we can have an overview. So we go to the monitoring section and to the overview section. For me, the important section now. All results by state, forget it. Backups by state, restores by state, migration and replication by state, media action by state. So you can fairly simple remember everything by state is here in our job state overview. All results, that's a nice overview when you start with SEP sesam and you start filtering everything out, but you can see a lot of different events, backups, restores, migrations, media actions. So here's everything under one view. So the single pane view for everything. Normally I'm focusing more on the backup view. And as you can see it here for today, I have here my HANA backups, and I can also change the view mode to the table view, then to the tree view. And for the tree view mode, I can group that by task and date, by task, by group by task, and subgroup by date, like this. This is for me the most efficient view. So if you already working with SEP sesam and you didn't discover that view, believe me, that will help a lot, because regarding that HANA databases, in my environment, it's not much. It's about 500 or 1,000 per day. But if you have 500 or 1,000 backups with the same task name per day and you don't have the tree view, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Especially when you go to the filter function here and you sort out, let me say, the last 2 days, or the last 2 days, in that case only the last day, because as you can see it here, 21/18. That's confusing. That's because of my sesam new day. As I told you that before, I skipped that for the weekend. So he collects the whole weekend together in one view. And the next point is, you can see all the backups here. You can, of course, have a double click in the backups here to get the main informations about the backup, what was done, and all that stuff. That can be done for HANA databases. That can be done for, let's grab Oracle full, what we have here. Let's grab something with an error. Exit state 1 program returns something. That's always fine. Maybe you have an error log here. Yes, you have an error log here. Armin returned exit state 1. So you normally would use that view to do some sort of analysis. Monday morning, coming to the office at fucking early times, 11 a.m. in the morning, and you just have to grab your coffee and you have to get prepared for the week. And in that case, you don't want to search for things like this error or something. You will just sort the errors from the weekend out, and then you can directly proceed with that view. In that case, we call that view weekend as an example. And as you can see it here, now I have my default view and I have my error view from the weekend. This is decremental counting. That means when you come on Monday, he will go back 2 days. When you come on Tuesday, of course, he will go back 2 days when you open that view. But this is for me the important stuff. That means we go to manage layouts, and then we say this is the active layout. And then we save the layout. That was my fault. Let me just go back to the Arrow weekend view. Manage layouts, save. And I also want to have that as the standard layout. Then I click on save and I close that. And that's what I have to do to customize the graphic user interface for my needs. And this, of course, makes a lot of sense. Then I have the same view for the restores. I can also use here the timeline and the filter functions to have a look on specific restore operations. I have a view for my migrations, and you can see it here, what kind of tasks are migrated. So I can see here, okay, I have a few DB2 databases that were backed up and now migrated to my 3 months media pool, to my tape pool. And also replications are mentioned here, but as you know, it's 24/7, so not really important, because you get the report also from the SI3 DDAP stores. Then media actions, important for things like when something went wrong on the disk system, or if a file system check is active, purge operations to delete something are active, the typical check space operations, or media load unload operations for tapes. As you can see it here, a lot of stuff. You can filter that out what you need in case you have trouble with your tapes, or in case you have troubles with some data stores. This is always a good point to look at to get an overview of all the media actions performed on all your storage devices. This is the job state view. The job state view, to be honest, is one of the parts that I normally I'm normally nowadays using directly via our web UI, via our web interface, because it's much more intuitive and gives you also a few more options on the hand that you can use for that. But of course, for now, we have to see that in both worlds, in the Fat GUI client and in the web UI, and I will also show you then the differences. And of course, also here, when I go to backups, as an example, right click on the columns always helps you if you need more information. And therefore, of course, the Fat GUI client is also extremely helpful when you work more as a master administrator and you need additional informations. Also here, of course, you can add a lot more informations to the different tasks and save that for your behaviors when you customized it. The monitoring here, of course, we can open the dashboard again. We can go to the last backup state. We can have a look on the processes here. The processes means what kind of daemons are currently running, or if they are running, if they are online or not. If a process is not running, you are also able to restart that process. On the command line, you can also restart specific processes, so you don't have to restart the whole sesam server itself to interrupt other backups or restores or other processes, and therefore it's sometimes helpful to have a look over all the processes. This is actually the same that you're doing on the command line on the system itself. When you go on the system itself and you type in sm main status, you get the same information. That's it actually. Of course, everything I'm showing you is working the same on Windows as on Linux. Drives, here you get a specific overview of the configured drives, what they are currently doing. So you can also choose a specific drive here from the list. and can see detailed information of the drive. So what you see here is just the typical standard information. So drive 2 automatic backup, system DB completed successfully, multiplex data servers running, drive media has been dismounted. So here you get the short info and here you get the long info. That means, as an example, here I have let me choose one of the typical standard drives here. There's nothing running, nothing, that's sad. Only the watchdog is running. Okay, I try to explain it without any active tasks, but this is more or less the same. So you can get specific drive informations. In that case, you can see normally here you would see holding queue, pending queue, executing queues. Under executing queues, of course, you would see the active tasks for the drives. And in holding and pending queue, this is the queue manager. You would see the upcoming tasks that will be executed when these active tasks are finished. And these active tasks are limited by the amount of streams or channels. In that case, 5 channels are free and 5 channels are configured on that drive. Status is write, in that case read, because this is the restore drive. Location mode volatile, permanent. That means if you configure more drives on different locations, like you have one local volume and one NFS share, and you want to combine them together in one data store, you could use the different drives in one drive group to configure it. Then the balancer gets activated to start a homogeneous filling of all the targets he has in this data store pool with the different drives. And here you would get the specific throughput information stuff and when the backup is active. That's the same what you can see here under performance when you select the drive. So if a backup is active and you select this drive, you can get the throughput here for the performance, and you get an overall calculated throughput, cumulative throughput, because as we talked about that, you can have multiple streams active at the same time, and then here you get the cumulated throughput for that drive. This is pretty helpful, especially when you look at performances, when you have to deal with throughput errors or something, or other issues, that you can have a look here. What's maybe wrong, or maybe can do a similar configuration with another drive to test that if it's a drive specific problem. But we will get to that later on in the consulting basics also. The notification center, we already have seen it with the yellow flag on top, on the right top side, can be opened here. And this is more or less the main part that you need for the monitoring. So let me just close a few tabs, otherwise I get a bit confused in this session. And then we will come to the last part from the selection that we have to look at, the logging. We have a so-called state log. This state log is generated every time a SEP sesam new day is started 8 o'clock in the morning. Afterwards, he creates a state log. Then we have the daily log file. This daily log file really logs everything that is performed on the day, as you can see it here, and all the errors are marked in red. And we have the error log file. The error log file is just the output of the daily log file with an error. That means we have different log levels, and in this case it's the error log level. So, and as I told you, sorry for that. I will be back in a few seconds because the doorbell is ringing. Sorry for that. Home office, home office. That was Mr. Postman. It's my delivery. Okay. Where was I? Yeah. We have different log levels and we have different error levels. That means these levels are also well documented in our wiki. In case you have problems, the best way when you start troubleshooting, of course, is first of all identifying the problem. The target for the problem. That means is it a storage problem? Is it the backup problem? Is it a client problem, server problem? And then start working with the different loggings and the different information we can get for that. Last part here is the logging of the interfaces, which is not really in interest, I would say, for normal working purpose, but sometimes there could be a problem that you have to identify, and then you have to look in these interface loggings what happened when they are not delivered via email. Very important, as we discussed that before. I told you that we have to activate the disaster interface and we have to activate the notify interface. Here you can see SM disaster blah foo that this message was sent out via email. Configuration interfaces, disaster interface, open it and click on save, and then the interface is activated. What is it good for? The disaster interface is good for that we had this specific task, what I told you should be done every day, the specific task called sesam backup. This is the sesam backup itself. So every time a sesam backup is performed and finished, the disaster interface is sent out to the defined email address. So let's start the mail client here, and then I'll show you the difference. That means we have our sesam server here, and here you can see the backup reports that we get from sesam that can be configured with the summary, what we have seen also in the FatGUI client. Then we have here the second one, the disaster interface. Attached to the disaster interface mail, you have a small bootstrap database, and you have a very good documented SEP sesam restore procedure. So in case your sesam server is crushed, just reinstall the server package with the option disaster recovery. He automatically asks you for the bootstrap database, and then he is able to find the connection to the storage device where he has stored its last sesam backup. Then you can select the appropriate sesam backup, and he starts with the self-recovery process. So therefore, we need the disaster interface activated, and for the backup report, for the overview, we need the notify interface, the notification interface activated. And then we get all the necessary information via email. Makes a lot of sense for me because then you have your reports every day via mail. Fairly simple to work with that. Okay, that's let me say the overview and the things you have to look at when you work with the job states and the monitoring and the logging section. We already discussed the toolbar and the menu section in the beginning. As I said, I normally do that top down, so it makes not much sense for me to discuss that now or later when I start with the SBA training. And the next part is for me the coolest part. The next part is the web interface, and the web interface, of course, is our SEP sesam. Web UI is the restore assistant inside the web UI. But as we had discussed that before, the most important point for me is when we work with the web interface and the restore assistant, then that you have to be aware that there is a difference, of course, at the moment, a difference between the restore assistant that we have integrated in the web interface and the restore assistant that we are currently using in our Fat GUI client. But this is very, let me say, app specific and task specific, and I will show you of course also the differences between the web UI interface and the Fat GUI client in that case, and give you a small lookout what will be adapted and changed for the future in the web interface. The web interface or the web UI, as you can see it here, is reachable via any kind of browser. Pretty simple. You can open that from the GUI itself, or you can connect to the sesam server by using the name of the sesam server with the port 11401/SEP/UI. That's normally the address that you use to gain access to the web UI. And when you get access to the web UI, you will be logged in with the standard user that you have predefined, in my case, the administrator. And as we talked about that, the administrator has specific, let me say, view of the dashboard. And you can also configure that for the first time. Let me just check if this is possible here. Here we go. For the first time, when you reach out the GUI for your behaviors, that means do you want to have it in German or English? Where do you want to start? So for the web UI, you can start here with the overview, the dashboard. That is exactly that what we have here, the dashboard overview. And you can start with the restore assistant. But you can also access the restore assistant here out of the dashboard at any time. So no problem. You don't have to predefine here something if something is unclear. Also, two new very important parts for me are the connections to the web UI. That means you can also use all of that stuff that we are working with here with the web UI for your own purpose, for your own monitoring solution, as an example. If you want to use that for your Negios or your CheckMK or whatever, you can directly communicate with our sesam server via the integrated REST API. In that case, /SEP/API, you just have to have a look in the documentation of our REST API, and you can use almost any kind of stuff what you want to have with our REST API. This is one of the ways to automate things, and as I mentioned it in the beginning, the other way on the command line interface on the system itself, our can be used also for automating processes, and the command line interface is used with sm_cmd. Then you get the overview of all the commands that can be used via the CLI, via the command line interface. So on both levels, monitoring access REST API and automating processes and creating things with a command line interface is out of the box available. When we work with the web UI, we have almost, let me say, the same view from the architecture that we have in our Fed GUI client. That means on the left side here, you have the status overview. So normally you start always with the status overview. Here you can choose time range, or you can choose, let me say, we choose the last week for that. Then you can see, oh, 59 errors for the backups, 2 for the restores. So maybe I have to have a look here. Oh, there is something that happened with this SQL incremental backup. The message is SPA logging with a final. Oh, I'm a bit confused. Okay, let's open that. Okay, I have an error. What is in the main log? Okay, very complicated. I'm too dumb for that. Okay, just send a mail to support@sep.de with a unique ID. Ticket is created. You can also attach directly via download the appropriate log files, the appropriate trace log files. They can be wrapped together and then sent to support@sep.de. So from the past, normally when we started to talk about error handling, when we talked about all that stuff, how to proceed to work with support and everything, it was way complicated, because then we had to explain, hey, there is log folder, there is this folder, please send me the listing and the protocol and the log file and pack that together, blah, 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 foo. And now we have the web UI. So it's really, sorry when I say it, it's fucking impossible. Easy as you go, just click on the error message, download the log files for that, and then click on email and send that to support@sep.de with an automated unique ID, and you get your ticket number, and we can start solving the problem together with you. That's for me the most important part, why I prefer to work with the web UI, as I have all the necessary informations directly available, and I don't have to use additional tools like my Explorer or copy tools or whatever, because I get everything out of the box from this dashboard in the web UI. We have some other, let me say, important things. That means here we have an overview of the utilization of the storage that we have integrated. We get the last messages for the data stores, so we could check the data stores here, click on data stores, and we can see, oh, here we have a problem on our store 1D3, so we have to sort out what happened. Get store properties failed, so I have to work on that data store. Next events, what we have seen in the Fed GUI client, what will be executed. Oracle backup CR is the event type, is a command event, will be executed in the next 3 hours. So then the Oracle backup will start. Get more specific informations for that. Here you can see who's the owner, how it will execute it and everything. Then we have an overview of the clients. Then we can see, okay, we have 21 clients that are updatable. We have 32 clients, oh my gosh, that are inaccessible at the moment. So somebody should have a look on these 32 clients, why they are not accessible, and we have some disabled clients. Then we have here the typical status overview. That means all daemons are online, very important for me. That is exactly what we did from the Fed GUI client. And we have here the access to the config. We have here the overview of the configuration client, how it is configured. We have here the process log if every daemon is running. So that's the reason why I'm pointing so hard on the web UI. As you can see, it here is much more easy than you can remember it. Go to the GUI. In that case, choose the processes and look at the processes here. And here I have everything directly on the starting page. That's the plus point for me. Okay. We have now our lunch break for half an hour, and then we will proceed afterwards with the second part of the training. If you have some important questions right now, I think Christian already told me. So just don't hesitate. As I told you before, if something is unclear or something comes up, Christian will take the question.
We have some special. Yes, we have some special questions, but that's very special, and I answer this directly in the chat. And for special questions regarding replication and recover from a replication side, if you have a disaster on the master side, I think that's a good way to do it in a separate session.
Yeah.
Because that's
yeah, replication from the, I can answer that also very fast before we go to lunch break. If you have a disaster on your main target and replicate from your second target, you just have to reinstall your main target, and then the replication process goes the other way around. So mirror is always a mirror. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And maybe you can, what's the advantage of our deduplication replication functionality if you have a low bandwidth between the replication side?
The advantage is that you can, it's a so-called initial seed. So the first backup, of course, is a bit bigger, but you can export the initial seed, transport the initial seed by disk or whatever to the remote side, import this initial seed, and then you have, then when you activate the replication, you really replicate only the block deltas that are produced during a DDoP backup. So bandwidth reduction by up to 99% is absolutely possible with that. Okay, so I think we should start now with the lunch break. Let me say a bit later, so 35 minutes, I would assume. So 35 past, something like that, we will proceed with the second part of the training. Okay, so everybody should be back now, or in a minute plus 35. Christian will be back in a few minutes because he has to do something. So if he's not directly answering the questions, wait a few minutes. Okay, let's start with the second part of the training for today with our web UI interface. We already had a look at the dashboard. And of course, we are going through the documentation that we have here. And currently, yeah, let me say also comparing a bit the new web UI and the Fed GUI client that we have here, of course, for some features. Okay, next part here is now we have the, let me say, the single pane of glass overview here with the status. And then the second part is the dashboard here, where we can sort out, let me say, more specific things that we need. We can also generate a report out of this dashboard. This is then a complete dashboard overview report. And here we have actions like what is really helpful for me as an example. Your colleague is calling you, hey, I have a problem here with our Exchange backup. Something went wrong. Okay, the last week, Exchange server, click on it. There was an error. Click on the error. Okay, it was with had to do with some media errors. That is the point where you see the strength of this dashboard, that you can dig into a specific point in time really fast, application based, backup based over time, restore based over time. And you can also have a look on the data utilization over time for specific storage devices. To be honest, this is more or less for me the fastest way to do an analysis if I have trouble that was in the past. Of course, when I have trouble that is that occurred from the weekend, as an example, I have also here the complete monitoring section, but more in shiny and fancy and not that fishy as we have it in the Fat GUI client. So as you can see it here, last backup state, active jobs, next events, blah foo. And when we have a look here, last backup state, next events, dashboard, logging, and so on, monitoring, job state, pretty similar. So this is the point where I would always prefer the web UI compared to the Fat GUI client when it comes to the monitoring section to get the overviews. Also here we have, first of all, we have the data store status that we see, okay, what's about the storage devices. We can have a look in the current active events or the next events that are planned here. Then we get the outlook of the next events here. As we had this, of course, that's exactly the same. You can also here filter it by event type, replication, new day migration, media, backup, and so on. So skip media, skip migration, skip new day, skip replication, skip restore, skip startup, yeah, apply filters. Now I have all my upcoming backup events, mostly incremental backups as we have it during the week. We can also go in the details for that. And of course, also this here compared to my scheduling calendar sheet where I have this one with the filter function. Yeah, way more easier just using the browser, going on the system and then authenticate and have the scheduled events. The backup overview here is pretty much the same. That means I can also filter out some event types that are in interest and some states that are in interest for me. And then proceed with the same main log with the same what we already discovered. That means here I can download the logs, I can send the mail, and can then get in contact with our support team. I have the migrations overview here, I have the replication overview here, also the restore overview and the media actions. So exactly the same what I have from the Fat GUI client. And here also available the system log, the day log, and the notify and all the log files that we need. So also here we have pretty much the same structure as we have it in the Fat GUI client. The next outlook that we have for the web UI is that we try to integrate with our web UI development team also features like creating backup tasks. That means that we really can also create directed backup tasks out of the web UI, that we can get more relevant restore functionalities for the restore assistant. So it's really a fast forward ongoing process. And since the last release, as you can see it here, we integrated a lot more for the web UI that is in your interest or can be used directly then. The reports section is unique to the web UI. That means in the report section, you have already predefined reports available. Jobs overview, failed jobs report, over time, of course. Then we have MSP unit and volume license report, media report, recheck. So these are typical reports that we integrated from the beginning. But as you know it, this is also just a template. That means you can generate or create your own reports, adapt them with Swift HTML. This is also documented in our wiki. You can brand that. That means you can also use your own logo here, your own topic for that, like you want. This is, I think, one of the important things, that you're able to use the reports or adapt the reports for your behaviors. Very important. And then, of course, receive them via mail. And this looks, of course, a bit more or much more nicer than, let me check the state report here, like this one as an example. Additionally, we have an integrated links to SEP Caps, because SEP Caps is a product that we, let me say, delivering together with our partner for Office 365, Azure, for Salesforce, for Dynamics, for Google Cloud and whatever. So all the cloud stuff is separated, and this is the reason why it has such a small cloud icon here. That means we will have a few words later on to SEP Caps, how SEP Cap works. That is a product that is available with SEP, but is completely managed via the web browser, via the internet, and yeah, we will see that later on. Before I lose a few words to the resource assistant. And here with the link on the Beefalo v2 version, you get directed here to the release notes that you can see what is new, what was enhanced and adapted and all that stuff. Okay, let's go to the last parts, let me say, of the SPC docu, what we have here. After the web interface is discussed, we have, of course, here are the typical sesam events. We created already the typical backup and media events and what we have. The last point that is missing, of course, nobody asked for it till now, is the restore. Maybe sometimes you want to make a restore, and therefore we have from the Fat GUI client the integrated restore wizard, and that it's important just to compare things. I call that the restore wizard, and the other one is the restore assistant. And you can choose restores, of course, by task name. You can by file name, you can search for it. You can choose a time range for that. Or in case you have the specific client, that's normally the way I do a restore, task by clients. Let's go to virtualization, VMware as an example, pick a virtual machine, this one, and start the restore wizard. Then you have directly selected a task, and you get an overview of the available backups. Of course, this is also possible with the restore assistant from the web UI, but especially in case of VMware, we have a few more options available that we currently don't have in the Restore Assistant in the web UI. We will integrate that, of course. We are, let me say, on a fast way to do that, but currently there are a few differences. So we started the Restore Wizard here with an example for VMware. Now we have to compare that with the Restore Wizard that we have here, or the Restore Assistant, when we start the Restore Assistant here as an administrator, so I have full access. And you can see, of course, I have VMware vSphere available, but I'm only able to restore a complete virtual machine, also with instant recovery, sandbox restore. I can also do an incremental recovery. But one feature is missing here. It's the so-called single file restore. This will be integrated in the next release. The same for all the other hypervisors that we will integrate also here, the single file restore in the web UI. So this is currently missing. Also, other group applications except Copano like Exchange and databases are missing. So currently we have all the hypervisors integrated. We have the normal file restore integrated, and for the next step we will integrate the single file restore for virtual machines, and we're currently working on databases and Exchange restores that they are also available here in the Restore Assistant. So please keep that in mind when you work with the Restore Assistant or comparable with the Factory client with our Restore Wizard. This is currently one of the high priority projects that we have, that we finish up the transition to the web-based Restore Wizard. So let's start with a classical, let me say, VMware vSphere restore. So I can pick a point in time from a virtual machine backup, and then I'm able to perform a backup of the virtual machine itself. And I have several options, target settings in the last section available. I can say, okay, create a new virtual machine. Then I can say, okay, override existing files, start the machine after, choose a specific host to recover to. We have also instant recover and VM configuration options available. That means should the VM instantly recovered, should the VM recovered in sandbox mode to test things. So as you can see it here, we have a lot of features available, and then we get a summary, and with that summary we are able to start the restore. This is, of course, I will cancel the restore, pretty comparable to the part that we have here, restore a virtual machine. Next, I will select the virtual machine. Next, I select the point in time. Next, the configuration of the disks. Then I have to create a new name for the virtual machine, and I have additional execution options available. And then I get the summary for that. So extremely comparable. That's pretty much the same to restore a virtual machine. But in specific, when I want to do a restore of a virtual machine with additional features like single file restore, I have to select the backup, I have to mount the virtual machine disks, or I have to attach the virtual machine disks to a proxy VM or an NFS server. That's the reason why we have, let me say, firstly, a bit of focus on hypervisors and virtual machines. This single file restore feature is pretty much comparable with any kind of hypervisor. So we don't have to use VMware for that. This works also with Red Hat virtualization, with Citrix Zen. There are two ways to recover single files. First is attach virtual disk to a proxy VM via NSF server. That's exactly what I mentioned before. I can choose one virtual machine as a proxy, install a sesam client on that system, and use that proxy machine to mount data on that system. So if I don't want to mount the data, as we can do it with the mount functionality on the sesam server itself, I can also choose a client and use that for mounting. Of course, that makes a lot of sense when I have Linux backup server and back up a Windows virtual machine, and I will mount the data, or the other, or vice versa. I mean, Linux is able to mount NTFS, but Windows is not really able to mount X4. So therefore, I create the proxy system to mount the data. Now at times with libgastfs on a lot of systems, we have also, let me say, the other way available, that we can also mount NTFS files, X4 files on Windows systems, but it's not that easy, a bit tricky. So I would always prefer to go the way, especially when you attach the disks to a VM that is reserved for that. And that's the easiest way to provide people with the data that they need. So in that case, it's a Linux VM. I will check if it works with mount. Why is that so important? Because when we work with that guest mount function with our virtual file system layer, we try to do it the easiest way we can. The easiest way is not that we search for the files that somebody is missing. The easiest way in that case is, as you can see it here now, I'm able to search for the files, I'm able to select something, and to recover to restore the data. I can also choose a specific machine to restore the data. As long as a client is installed, I can restore the data to that system. But of course, it is much more easy to mount the data, the disk, to a proxy VM system and tell the guy who's missing the data, hey, I mounted your disk on that system, copy your data that you need, and when you are finished, tell me you are finished. Then I click here on cancel, and the disk is unmounted from that system. So I don't have a lot of space left, or a lot of load on the sesam server itself, because I use the proxy for that. I will mount the data on that proxy, and then he can choose what he needs per copy, per drag and drop, depending on the system. So fairly simple, and that's the reason why we integrated this guest mount FS file and virtual file system layer, that we are able to perform a restore. For other restores, it's quite simple. So a restore from local file systems, when we have a normal backup, like here, my all backup, and I want to do a restore. This is the typical, you have to select the point in time. Then afterwards, you are also able to mount that data like we did it before now, from the save set from the backup to a disk, or you can choose here from the restore wizard what to restore. You can also then search inside the backup for specific files or for specific patterns, and you have some expert options available here also, that you can say, okay, I want to do a relocation, I want to, let me say, cut the whole tree structure and put everything in one big container, containerized restore. I want to filter out specific files to restore. So here you have a lot of options available, and this is also pretty much similar here to file restore, with all the options that we have available here when I go for restore. So also here, time selection, then I have to select the files from the restore I want to have. And then I have also here, do not restore existing items, create new version, override existing items. I can browse for the target. I can also select another target client. Also here I have, let me say, the more or less the same functionality, except the search functionality This is not integrated at the moment, the filter functionality, but this will also come up with the next release. So you can see that's the reason why it's so important for me to show you the difference between the two restore assistants or restore wizards, that you can see, okay, how the two different systems are working. Okay, this is the restore wizard. So especially for me, the last part here also in the Fat GUI client that has to be explained. And now,
Ralph,
yeah.
questions regarding this topic. What is the difference between vCenter, snapshot, pass, and exchange or backup option?
Now I'm completely confused. What is the difference between a vCenter and the exchange backup, or what is the? Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, what is the difference between vCenter, snapshot, pass, and exchange backup option? That's different backup types.
Oh yeah, completely.
Yeah.
So if I do a backup of a vCenter VM, I have my vCenter manager. I can do a backup of a vCenter, and of course, of a virtual machine in vCenter. Of course, this VM is always snapshotted. And out of that snapshot, you can do a single file restore. This is the path. You can recover the whole virtual machine. This is the snapshot, the disaster recovery. And in case you're running an Exchange server on that virtual machine, we always suggest, as I mentioned that in the beginning, to install a client on that virtual machine and do a separated backup of the Exchange server, which is normally under the D or whatever partition. And of course, you're choosing the DAG system and not the active host of the Exchange server to do the backup. You can also exclude that from your VM backup. So you should use the VM backup for file or for disaster recovery. Let me give you an example. So I create a new backup task. Then I would always take the virtual machine. In that case, let me check if I have one with several disks. Not really on that system. That's especially for an example. Here we have one. So in that case, my Oracle server, I will do the backup of the primary disk and exclude the secondary disk. Here on that secondary disk, of course, as it is normally configured, I have my Oracle database, and the primary disk or partition is my system itself, my OS. This is then my vSphere backup to use used for disaster recovery, and on that system itself, I have an installed client and configured that as a client. That's the same for Exchange. I work with our agent and do a backup of the Exchange server itself directly from the system. In that case, we work together with Scroll Power Controls, as many others, and you can do then a single mail item, whatever restore via drag and drop from that backup. And we always suggest, of course, we are also able to mount the Exchange database from the vSphere backup to use for recovery, but we always suggest to do a client-based backup. Please forget this functionality to use that via the VMware vSphere backup. You don't lose any space or something because you can separate that, and later in the consulting we will see that you of course will keep your VM backup for disaster recovery purpose not longer than 2 weeks. As you know, a virtual machine with Windows, 2 weeks, oh my gosh, 20,000 service packs, then you can install it from scratch. And on the other hand, of course, you will keep your Exchange backups for the next 2, 3 months, years, or whatever, as this is an email. And therefore you choose 2 different media pools. Then you have classified data, separated data, and you have 2 points for the recovery. And the experience, of course, tells us, and this is really an open issue and not from my side, As an example, Veeam is doing that out of the VM backup, that they do the exchange recoveries, and everybody is extremely pissed because that's not really working good. And that's the reason why we always suggest, if you do an application specific backup, please do that as a separated backup on a separated media pool, that you can also fulfill the data classification between the different backups. VM backup is for me only good for file restores and for disaster recovery. That's the important part. I think this was the question. Okay. And of course, that works with all the other hypervisors the same way. It must not be vSphere. It can be any hypervisor that we have in that case. Now we come to a point that is, for me, let me say, the most important point when we talk about this recovery things and the let me say strategy that you have in your environment. First of all, you need to think about the big picture and the configuration overall. I don't have that slide inside. Let me just open my big presentation so I can show you our architecture, that you are able. By the way, this slide is available for everybody, this presentation, so everybody can work with that. What I tried to show you now is more or less the big picture, in that case, how you should think about the configuration of your sesam environment. Of course, you start with the sesam backup server as we did it. Then you have the media to connect, but in our case, we don't want to connect the media to the sesam server itself. We want to connect the media to a remote device server, and this depends on your flavor. Of course, the backup server itself, that's always the question, what kind of backup server should I use? In my case, the answer is quite simple. Of course, you should use a Linux backup server. Could be Debian or whatever, or RHEL or whatever, but for me, if you are a bit familiar with Linux, I would always go for a Linux backup server. This, let me say, reduces the attack vector regarding ransomware and all that stuff in the beginning, just by planning the architecture by at least, I would say, 80%. The second thing that speaks for me for a Linux server is that you need not that much resources, and for me, of course, one of the first things I always have to look for is, of course, this server is then configured as a standalone running machine. Yes, we have the possibility to integrate our own user database, or to link the user database that we have. It's, by the way, always our own user database with all the authorization levels and everything. You can integrate Active Directory. You can also integrate LDAP if you want. So it is then connected vice versa to work with that. That is sometimes maybe an option that is makes some sense. But to be honest, we are talking about the backup infrastructure. So first tip, a Linux server. Second tip, don't integrate your fucking Active Directory or LDAP. This is really the last worst shitty thing you can do. As you know, that the nice support desk people from Russia and other countries where the cool Emotet guys are working normally start seeking out via the Active Directory or LDAP for what? The first time when they attack you. of course, they start seeking out for your backup devices, for your backup server, that they can directly encrypt the backups the first time. So don't make your backup server visible if it's not necessary. Then we have the option to add some additional storage medias. That means, of course, we can replicate via DDoP or via S3 buckets to cloud storages. That can be a private cloud, that can be a public cloud, whatever you have for that. This is very often used as a media break or a second copy instead of a loader library at the moment because of the costs. Quite clear. Then we have to add our clients, operating system, databases, applications, and the hypervisors, of course. And this is what I mentioned before. I normally would always go for a working slave, a remote device server controlled by the sesam server itself. Especially for virtualization, when we have something physical, it makes a lot of sense to work with such a thing. Then we have wait a second. J-Paul, ready? You raised your hand. Is there something important? If there's something important, just ask a question. Then Christian can work on that. Then we have, let me say, sometimes small branches to expand to. In that case, we could use our normal client for file backup and work with our source side deduplication to reduce the bandwidth. This is really for extreme small branches, and to be honest, if possible, I would always go the medium way and would choose a remote device server in that branch that then transports the backup to a storage device. And in that case, of course, we can also work with our integrated SI3 deduplication to replicate the data, to receive the data, or in larger branches, you can write the data directly to local attached storage devices and migrate them to have a media breach. That, of course, can be fulfilled for several data centers. We can also do cross-replications or migrations between the data centers, and can also, in case of MSPs as an example, the managed service providers, they have unlimited licenses for sesam servers available, so they can work also with unlimited sesam servers to expand. You can control that with the master Fed GUI client, who is able to control also several sesam servers, or as we have seen it, just connect via the dashboard to the sesam servers and work with the restore wizard or the self-service restore assistant that we have. So keep that in mind when we think about the planning of the architecture. What do we want to achieve? How do we want to achieve that? We always have to keep that picture in mind, and this is also extremely helpful. Let me just check that out. I can copy that for you and insert that also in the presentation here. Save that for you. And I will put that directly now into the files before I talk a lot more about the differences. Where is my file view? Chat. Here we go. Let me just pick that one. Documents. PowerPoint. And this is consulting basics. So here we go. Copy. Sorry for that, because I have to go on my system remotely. Paste. Okay, so the consulting basics, the PowerPoint is now uploaded. You can download it in the file section, document section in the sidebar of GoToMeeting, and now we can proceed. So you have now, let me say, an overview, the big picture. Of course, we have also this cloud protection services here that we have to discuss. And then I would say it's the next step of the planning, of the 70% planning, is the media strategy. That means what kind of media strategy do you want to have? Let me say, migration to tape, the migration to cloud, and how long do you want to keep the media, the backups on the media, and what kind of media are available. And then we have retention strategies and AOL strategies. That's a bit different between disk and tape storage strategies. In that case, you have to focus a bit more on the differences, because on disk, of course, when you do a backup, the backup automatically gets a retention time defined by the media pool. So what we configured in the beginning here with our media pools, of course, it's quite simple. As I have shown it to you, you have a retention time. And then you can also do all the backups on the same media pool. So you don't have to create different media pools for full backups, incremental backups, and that stuff. You can store everything on one media pool. In case of tapes, of course, it's a bit different, because in case of tapes, the end of life, the retention time, will only be set when you reach the EOM, the end of media. Then the retention time starts. Then the tape is closed till the retention time ends. Always keep this slightly difference in mind when you work with tape media, that the retention time is only then activated when you close the media or when you reach the end of the media. This is the part of managing end of life, managing the retention time, very important. Then the backup strategy. When we talk about the different backup levels, we have full backup, of course. Then we have a differential backup, and we have an incremental backup. One, let me say, a bit special is the copy backup. The copy backup is nothing else than a full backup. The only difference is that the copy backup does not affect my full differential incremental chain if I have to test something or do a fast backup, because then I have to do a patch with a service pack for the system. That's the reason why we always start a backup, if you do an immediate start, with the copy function, that we don't affect your backup chain. In case of disk-based backups, of course, you're working with full backups and incremental backups. Forget about the differential backups, as you don't need them. They are only necessary when you work with tape-based backups, that you're able to drastically reduce the restore time. In some cases, the differential backup is also available and helpful to restore, reduce the restore time also on disk. These are the, let me say, very specific cases, especially for large enterprise databases where it makes sense. But this is then also well documented for the different applications, how the backup levels should be used and what's the best backup strategy for that application. Then that's, for me, the most important part here. SEPular event calendar, we have seen that with the scheduler. Creating exclude lists. You can use exclude lists. You can create your own exclude lists, and you can use them globally. That means when you want to exclude something, we have seen that here. We have some standard excludes by default. These excludes are shown in our SM ini configuration file for Windows and Linux. And you can use excludes from a file share with a listing file. That means, let me have a look here for a task. Because that has to be documented, and this is extremely important for me when you work with excludes, that you're aware of that, and that you also have the flag available that there is some exclusion. That means when I create a new backup task here, and I'm choosing, let me say, the bin folder here, I could use an exclude list. As an example, server share standard Linux .txt. I can use an exclude list from that. There I have just insert the file names definitions line by line, or I can browse the system, choose an exclude here, and it's automatically added. But as you can see it here, of course, this is, let me say, yeah, you have to do that manually for every system. So I would always go for standard exclude lists. And if you're not quite sure what's per default excluded, when we have a look here in the Linux system, you will see that in the log file, but you will also see that in the overview for the ini configuration of the different systems. We just have a look here and the backups, default view. Is search for demo things. Sesam backup, then we go for a sesam backup, we go for the main log, and you can see all the specific informations that are normally directly integrated from the beginning. So I can see the OS type, task, the task type, the source, everything is then here documented. And also the typical standard excludes are documented here. That means we have got 7 exclude patterns, standard exclude patterns from sm.ini. There you can adapt them. That means no mount, media, dev, and this stuff is backed up. And of course, that's pretty much the same as we have it for Windows, that we have some standard exclude folders for the clients that we normally do not back up as nobody needs them, or they are not longer available after a restart. So keep that in mind when you work with backups, that of course there are some standard excludes, but you can also adopt them. Configuring the sesam backup, that was for me the important part I have shown you before. This is important, fairly simple. You just have to add a sesam backup with the task name in big letters sesam_backup and the appropriate source. This is normally when you install the sesam server a predefined backup task. So you just have to select this backup task here, as I have shown you the sesam backup task on the server by client, and then yeah, what do you have to do when you finish the configuration? Fairly simple. You just open this backup task, click on task groups, and then we have here, what do we have? We have here file systems, and then you choose the appropriate task group. But please be aware that you work here with the full backup every day. So it should be a task group that has a full backup every day, or if not, you can add it also to an incremental schedule. As an example, that's a bit of hack from my side, BCK week, new backup event, sesam backup, and you have to choose here the backup level full instead of incremental. Then you have added it as a single task event also to the weekly backup. This is the only thing, because then you save one schedule to create. This is the only thing where I would say, okay, that makes sense to reduce the amount of schedules. Then we have some configuration tips here, how to check DNS configuration. Actually, that was the point at the beginning. It's really important to know that the resolution is working. You can choose the command sm backup check resolution. So I will go to my system here. The 3.sem.de and check the resolution. So I get the appropriate receive message for that, and in that case it looks good. And also I get a ping back for my system, and this is the important part here. I have to do that, of course, on the other system also. That means receive from blah 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 looks good, otherwise I would get an error message. This is really important, as we have to check that always forward reverse. Let me say 80% of the errors are resolution is working, yeah, but only forward, not reverse, or I get another address reverse. This is especially then very important when we work with different interfaces. The different interfaces are important for us when we work with a dedicated backup network. That means I can also work with a dedicated backup network in the configuration here, and can say, let me say, this would be demofix 3.sep.backup.de. As you configure it in your network, in your environment, you know what I mean. This is very important then to have the appropriate communication available between the different systems. Therefore, name resolution, extremely important. Okay. The last parts from here are, let me say, also a bit more specific, like the pre and post interfaces, how to activate them. I already have shown you that you can activate them by opening them and saving them on the specific client. And also for the pre and post interfaces, we have a documentation where we have already, let me say, a few predefined operations that can be used for the pre and post interfaces. And a bit more specific, very specific, I would say, is our last interface. That's the alarm interface. For the server itself, the backup server itself, I talked about the alarm, the disaster notify interface, disaster recovery purpose, notification purpose. The alarm interface has also some predefined actions available. And with the alarm interface, as an example, you can activate the mail function, and you can use different operators here. As an example, initialization, get volume, that stuff can be controlled via the alarm interface. And that means if something went wrong and it is extremely important for you, you can define that with the alarm interface to get immediately a message that something really, when the shit hits the fan. Okay, this is let me say a bit more specific then in the configuration, but of course this is also part of the standard configuration that we have in the beginning. Let me just check that out here. Oh, sorry, I'm here. Next point are the appendices. Sorry. In that section, we have some useful sesam commands. Always helpful to, let me say, work also sometimes a bit on the command line. As a main start, as a main stop. This as a main commands, as I used them before with as a main status, is very important to get a direct indication of all the services. The DNS resolution is important, and Then for me also very important is the definition of some error levels. For the error levels, we have also in our wiki a troubleshooting section. That means when we go to the main page here, as I talked about that before a bit, we have here under documentation advanced references, error message guide with the different error levels and the definition of the different errors that we have, that you can be, let me say, that gets easier for you to interpret the errors if you have some. The troubleshooting guide here, that is also very helpful for most of the problems, a bit like an FAQ. When you have something, you can have a look here on the troubleshooting guide. And the so-called administration manual. The administration manual that you can see here is exactly the same link that we have to the basic administrator documentation that we are working with. So I normally, when I work concurrently with the SEP environments, I normally have two landing zones. That's the wiki documentation part and the wiki support matrix part to work with with sesam during normal operations, I would say. Yeah, then some additional points like LTO encryption. I mentioned that before. For a new LTO, since LTO 6, I think you can automatically activate encryption. Of course, you can also work with encryption from our side for disk-based devices. Absolutely no problem, just by activating the encryption. That can be done per backup also, with the additional options that you have the AIS 256-bit encryption available for the system. Cool. So just to wrap that up, for the configuration, the installation, and everything else, first of all, you go to our wiki, then we have our SBA documentation. You can also start with our quick start guide here. As I mentioned it, here you have it extremely in detail, installation and update, the configuration, the backup configuration, the monitoring, and the restore. So this is the quick start section, and the quick start section follows exactly the same structure that we have for the SBA training, for the basic administrator training. You can also have a look then later in the documentation to add specific applications or specific backup methods like bare metal recovery or hypervisors, all that stuff. You can also add additionally our Cloud App Protection Service. To be honest, when you work with the Cloud App Protection Service, it's from the configuration point, it's easy to configure as you get access from our side, so you can ping me or my colleague. Here you get the short introduction video, how to configure it and what's backed up and what's covered. You can directly get access to a free account for CAPS as an example. And for CAPS, it's really like fairly easy. I always say the configuration for the backup and the activation for the backup can be done. The configuration can be done by a monkey in 2 or 3 minutes. Nothing more to do. And the same for the restore. You have also a web UI interface with direct access. And with that interface, you just have to log in like we do it also for the other parts with an account that you use for that. Let me just check my demo account here. And then you have the restore wizard available. The restore wizard available means here we have one of the connectors, SEP. You have here several points to look at what you want to back up, and that this is the example with Office 365. You can do that per user. You can do that per AD group. You can define a retention time if you want to define, because the retention time is normally unlimited when you start with the backup, and the storage is also unlimited. So fairly simple to remember. You get an access from my site via email with password. Then you create your own connector. The connector is created with the global admin access to your office. In that case, it's a single sign-on principle. Then you can create also several connectors, one with 10 years, one with 3 years as an example. Yeah, that's it. Then the backup is activated. Everything is done automatically. It's a cloud-to-cloud backup with GDPR and all that blafu that you need. And in case you need a restore, you just have to click inside on the connector that you need. Go to groups and teams as an example. Click on my demo account. Then we go to no, not groups and teams, users in that case. Demo user. And then you can, I don't know, in that case, you can first of all send a link to somebody for the restore. You can also download the files for restore, or you can pick a specific point in time, like here in my OneDrive documents, versioning, here, versioning for a specific point, or direct restore, yes. And yeah, that's it. Then this file is restored in your OneDrive folder. You have also sometimes some specific actions available, like here for Outlook. You can also download the Outlook file as a PST. So these are pretty helpful features. So in case somebody leaves the company, as an example, you can do a complete download of the data and afterwards delete the account. And we are only charging the accounts that you have bought by Microsoft, Google, or whatever kind of cloud solution you have. And that works for Salesforce, Google, Microsoft, and Dynamics. Okay. That's so far, let me say, everything in a nutshell for the training for now. The last part that we have is the consulting basics and the considerations for that. The consulting basics and the considerations for that will be my last part after the break. My question is now, is there something unclear? Do we have some open questions that are, let me say, important, or where we have to look at? Maybe Christian, you can give me a short update. Otherwise, I also have to look in the questions.
No. Thank you, Ralph. In the moment, no open questions.
Okay, that's pretty cool, because that means we will do a break. In that case, 14:45 would be the break, but now we can do the break a bit longer. So I would suggest that we have the last session, the last part of the session at 3 p.m. And if we don't have anything else additionally and not so much questions, maybe we can also finish the training a bit earlier, let me say at 3:30 or something like that. So everybody can now grab a coffee and what you want to do, and we will see us again at 3 o'clock. Okay, everybody there? Now we have the last part, and really, for me, let me say the more important part when we have this typical announcement from the beginning, like 70% is planning and 30% is the doing. The last part is the consulting basics. This is always helpful. I will go through the slides and explain what we mean with that. And of course, for the future, also very important for you, if you have access to our partner portal, or if you have an appropriate partner, we have, of course, additional resources for you available, like our SEP sesam checklist, the volume calculator, the rough concept predefined how to say it's a word macro where you can directly create a rough concept out of that word macro. So we have a lot of other resources also available. If you're interested in that, please don't hesitate to ask us. And for today, because really went extremely cool, straightforward. Normally we have to answer a lot of questions during the training. I think approximately 30 minutes, and then you are you have the course finished and you got a certificate when you attended the most of the time. That's the positive point, and now we come to the negative point. Not really the negative point, but consulting basics. So also to my history, I worked the first time I did the hard school. The first time I worked in the support department, then I was around as a consultant, and then I moved more and more into the pre-sales direction, and now I'm part of the pre-sales department. So that's the reason why I'm always try to, let me say, give you all the tools on the hand that you should use to work properly with SEP sesam. That's the reason why we now have in the last section these consulting basics. First of all, as we discussed that, I will not start the presentation mode, because here I can mark something for you that makes it more, let me say, helpful to understand. First of all, we have in the consulting basics the prioritizing of backups. That means we have critical data, we have productive data, and we have static and test data. Prior 1, prior 2, and prior 3. Critical data, what does that mean? That means the domain controller, your emails, ERP, CRM, of course, other things like the disaster recovery VMs and everything. That is the reason why we talked about the classification of backup data. In that case, this data will be backed up as an incremental backup at least 3 times a day. They must have the best RTO. That means, of course, you know that. When you lose a mail from your CEO or boss or somebody, would be good to have a backup at least from the last 10 or 100 or million years. Therefore, we use also, and this is very important, a regular data store. Without deduplication, without compression. Because with that regular data store, we have the fastest restore times available. I showed you that when we have the data store configuration here and we create a new data store. This is a path data store. Of course, you could use also a SI3 deduplication store, but not as the first target. Because in case of a SI3 deduplication store, when permanently backups are running on that storage, and you will use that as a restore target and try to mount a virtual machine for a single file restore, or mount your exchange mail, and you have an incremental chain that is very long, even with our file system, virtual file system layer, it takes minutes or sometimes hours to rehydrate all that data. An SI3 data store, the inline deduplication, is always a storage that is normally used as a second target. Disk to disk. That means native backup to SI3 deduplication backup. On the native backup side, you have a shorter retention, and on the SI3, you can use it as some sort of an archive store, as an example, with 1 year retention or 3 year retentions or whatever. Sorry. Then we have productive data. That means all other systems where we say, okay, we do backup once a day as an incremental backup. And here we can also have medium performance for the storage. That means also nearline SAS, RAID 5 standard configuration. And here we can also think about integrated deduplication in that case. And static and test data, of course, all remaining systems once a week. This is also the typical, let me say, I do a backup once a week or once a month to a tape, and this tape is then, yeah, sorted out in an archive. Therefore, as we have seen that before, we have to create, of course, the appropriate task groups. So when you work with qualification of backups, you can then create different task groups. So you have a prior 1 task group, domain controller, user directories, and then you have prior 2 for the second domain or for the DAG of Exchange or whatever, and test directories in prior 3. Group web backup, VM backup, BSR backup, all that stuff. That means, as I told you that before, speaking name for the task groups is important. Then we have here the task groups, prior 1, prior 2, prior 3, ADRP, development server, workstations, web server, SEP QA, and then, of course, this to tape. If possible, you can also use the tapes for long-term archives. High performance prior 1 tasks on disk without deduplication to have the best RTO recovery time objective available for that, and RPO recovery point objective. 2 weeks retention is, in my opinion, the standard what you should use. And for 2 weeks retention, we use at least 3 full backups plus 10 incremental backups. So this is the calculation for the growth rate. You always have to calculate with 3 full backups. Because if you calculate only with 2 full backups, it is not a backup. Quite clear. Because you are not able to eliminate the first full backup when you do the second one and then the third one in a row, you need to have at least 2 full backups always available, because one of the full backups could be compromised with ransomware or something else. So in a proper backup strategy, the minimum of backups you should always have available on disk are at least 2 full backups. And when the third full backup is written, then the first full backup can be deleted. This is very important. The 1 week retention, what we have here, the formula, sum of 2 full backups plus 5 backups and so on in the calculation. This is the very lowest you can do, and I would never ever suggest to have only 2 full copies available and deleting the first one before the third one is written. This is extremely dangerous. Keep that in mind. Third copy on tape. This is the only exception when we work with that we are able to create a migration of the first full backup directly on tape and store that longer. That's the reason why we also have the 1 week retention integrated here, but only, of course, in copy with the library or with the cloud storage device. Then we have the performance question. The performance question is always, we need the first landing zone, the first native data store, and afterwards you can choose what you want for prior 2, prior 3 data normally, because then everything is covered for fast restore with the first storage device. And please be aware of the recommended limitations for our SI3 deduplication. So you cannot use that for unlimited amounts. In that case, you have to use multiple RDS to scale out when you work with more terabytes for the deduplication. Storage, initial questions regarding storage calculations. This is extremely important for me. So how much time do we have for full backup? How much time do we have for migration? And the size of the full backup. We assume we have 24 hours for full backup, and we have a size of 10 terabytes. Then you have here a typical simple calculation that means what is the IOPS, how many IOPS can I get write performance here? Plus data growth. So that means what is the maximum I can write to that storage device? It is extremely important that you have to calculate always 3 parts. The read IOPS from your client, the write IOPS to your storage, and of course the network connection. And please keep in mind, don't forget that we are doing multi-streaming. That means with multiplexing, we can also gather data from 10 different clients via the network or via the SAN to one storage device. Always keep that in mind, because sesam has no limiter. We don't have any QoS or something integrated. We don't have any bandwidth reduction, simply called QoS integrated. If you want to do that, this must be done on the infrastructure layer. This must be done by the network administrators, of course, because it's always a pitfall when you try to work with QoS and then realize, oh shit, I activated QoS but totally forgot it. Then we have the network in between. That means we have the typical standard values like 1.9 terabyte per hour with a 10 gig network is, let me say, achievable. But of course not in reality, except you have a dedicated backup network. Step 2, data size of the data. This is also important for me when you calculate with deduplication. Let me say you have the first backup is 1 terabyte, and then after deduplication you have at least a factor to the 1. That means we have only 500 gigabyte left. Then you have to calculate for the terabyte, of course, the next backup with a full backup, and this is then very important, mostly between 0.5 to 2.5, let me say 10 gigabyte, assumption of 1%. This is a value that is only, let me say, calculated with a typical mixed set of data, like file data, database data, no JPEGs, no pictures, of course not, because when you are a media company, forget dedup. And therefore also very important, if you want to know how much deduplication you can achieve with our dedup store, you can download our so-called SEP tachometer, and with that tachometer, it's a small tool. You can just run that on a few folders, and then you get an HTML report output, how much deduplication ratio you can achieve with our integrated SI3 deduplication. And of course, then we have to calculate additionally the incremental backups. Let me say an assumption of 10% to the last full backup, deduplicated full backup for the incremental backups. But this is really extremely rough. Then we have, for me, the most important, this is always the best point for me, local read check on the client. If you have performance issues, if you want to do some troubleshooting, the first thing always is, as we talked about that in the beginning of the consulting basics, I have a client. This is the source for my backup. Then I have a network. This is my infrastructure. I don't care if it's LAN or SAN or whatever. This is the transport. And then I have a target. This is my storage device. I don't care if it's SAN, LUN, disk, tape, whatever. So I have these 3 parts to look at. and then somebody comes up and says, this backup is extremely slow. What can we do? What can we do? It is fairly simple. You have to do a local read check to check if the client is able to read with an appropriate performance the data. And we do that local read check. This is the golden example for you. Please keep that in mind. On Windows or on Linux with that specific command with -v5 output. This is let me say the output where you can see also the throughput directly that is then that is reading currently from the disk. In that case, we just send the data to dev null or to the null device. That means we are only reading the data and throwing them elsewhere, and you have really the maximum read performance you can get with SEP. Then you can compare that, of course, with standard read performance from your operating system if you want. The second part is the network check. With the network check, you can use this almost the same command, but now you will send that also to dev null. That's very important. Also to the Nirvana, but you send it to the Nirvana via the network to your backup server. Step 1, read performance disk. Step 2, read performance disk plus transfer performance network. And of course, this can be done then also with a normal backup performance check. This is the easiest way. That means you just choose your Explorer, browser, whatever, and do the same test with the normal copy. With the normal, I don't know, Robocopy DD or whatever you have to compare these two values over the network. And if you let me say, if you have more in-depth interest than in that, this is of course also the starting point for the SEP Sesam certified administrator, because there we work exactly with these parts, as we can do throughput performance checks, we can do network performance checks, we can do I/O performance checks of the storage devices, and that is very important. And of course, when you have a local read check and you have a network check and you compare that to other copy tools, the last part is of course that you skip the dev null and you really do a write performance check to the storage device to see if the storage device is able to deal with that sended IOPS. The point here is, of course, as I told you, multi-streaming. That means we can have multiple sources at the same time writing to one storage device. So please keep that always in mind, that this could be a bit tricky. In that case, of course, you have to use one of the systems. This is also all documented in our SEP Sesam administrator documentation. Also the last step, when you write when you write on the command line, when you read and write via the network from the client to the storage device, you can have all the commands. They are all documented, but normally, as to say for the beginning, this is the most important. Then you get the standard performances, and of course, if you need the right performance on your storage device, you can add that also. But normally, that should be, if it's direct attached, also directly available. Backup on NAS via UNC, that is also one of the points. If we use an UNC part of course, we have to be part of the authorized users that are able to use the UNC share. This is also important. Therefore, we have also documentation how to use. And for tape libraries, this was the hint from my side I used before. Changer null, tape null, def NSG, def NST, def SG. You know what I mean? I told you that already. And here are the helpful commands: slew topology, slew tape 0 - O to get the status of the tape, and SMDDAP interface is used for our integrated SS3 deduplication storage. So in case of SI3 deduplication, if you want to have additional information about the dedup store and you don't have the GUI available, you can use the smdedup interface command for that. Deactivate all security functions. That sounds a bit obvious, but in the beginning it could be very helpful when you work with that, because as I told you, in the graphical user interface, you have to be authorized for the graphical user interface. But sometimes you have a problem, you have troubles, and you're not able to connect. In that case, you can go to smjava.policy and remove the double slashes at the beginning of the line permission Java security all permission. Then everybody has direct access to the graphical user interface, and you can check what is the problem. That is in the beginning sometimes helpful, firewall issues or whatever. The same for STBD. That means in that case, everybody is then able to transport backups to the sesam server or the remote device server. Then the sesam server or the RDS is accepting every backup stream that is coming. Also, handle with care. Then encrypted the metadata with SSH, access mode SSH per client. In the past, you had to change it. If you do a new installation now, don't care about that because it's done automatically. Persistent tape IDs. This is sometimes very helpful when you work with SCSE, with SCSI devices on Linux or Windows, and you don't want to work with tape 0 or tape 1 or stuff like that. You want to work with a persistent ID, because rebooting the SCSI controller sometimes gives another ID. Let me say you configured it as tape 0 and then it boots up with tape 1, and this is always, let me say, this is a mess. So also keep that in mind. Auto update of all sesam clients, obsolete. We can do that via the command line with the command sm update client, but nowadays, as you have seen it, right click in the GUI, fairly simple. Sourcing the profile, smcmd, start cmd as an administrator and source the profile as a main status all daemons online. This is always important to source the profile that you have all folders directly integrated. If you're not quite sure, just type in source in our wiki, then you get the appropriate command to source the profile. Caution with metadata, I already mentioned that. For example, with IBM Domino, the var section with our temp section must be sized big enough to the biggest database of a backup has enough space. The biggest database in case of Domino mail system is, of course, one user mailbox then. Move a sesam server. You can move the sesam server to other OS. You can also move a sesam server from Linux to Windows. Therefore, we have a good article to migrate the sesam server. But when you move from Windows to Linux, so you move from an SQLite database to a PostgreSQL database, or the other way around, believe me, that's not that easy and funny as accepted. So in that case, I would always assume to get a few remote hours from our side, from our support engineers, and they will do that for you. Normally this is done, let me say, in 1 or 2 hours. Makes it much more easy because they know what they do, and they do that all the time, as they have to adapt the database a bit after the migration. That's really important. Okay, that's it. So far I think now you should be fit enough to install and configure a SEP sesam backup environment to automate the backup processes and to monitor all that stuff, and also to start to do a bit troubleshooting if necessary. Otherwise, of course, you have our team available, our support engineers available. They can help you out at any time, quite sure. Great. Are there any questions so far, or I'm totally confused because there are no questions this time, and yeah, how to say? I hope I did my job good or good enough. Christian, from your side, is there anybody with some questions?
Nope. Thanks, Ralph, for your good work, and yeah, it was clearly, for me, and yeah, in the moment we have no questions, but guys, keep in mind you can ask your questions later on after you watch the recorded session, or please contact us, and then we get in contact and yeah, find the right solution for your backup environments. And
yeah,
okay, here's a question.
Also from my side.
Good feedback. No question, feedback.
Okay. Cool. So also from my side, thank you guys, everybody, for joining our training. I hope it was good so far. If you need further stuff, as Christian mentioned it, just contact us. And yeah, then I wish you all a super cool week. All the best, and I will close the training now. And yeah, hope to see you again, or hope to get in contact with you again. Guys, nice training. Thank you. Bye bye for everybody.